Alohu. Tashudala and Walea Motenu. Abiaba Mabias Kawabiako. Atakwados, Weshameka Quados, Banushameka Lola Mahe. Shaman Bene Israel, El Shabbat La So, El Shabbat La Dor Tam Bene Ola. Bene Bene Israel, Oti Lola. Kisha Shemin Masada Shadai Wa Shamaim. Weta Adit Ubayom Mashbi Shabbat Wa Nabash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Turateka, Baruch Rishateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imnok Lolam Mahe. Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto Lolam Mahe. Baruch Kabor Lohim Min Kumo Lek Elyon. Alohu Lolam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
I was talking to my brother, right? And one of the things that he said was the adversary uses your own desires and your emotions to tempt you and pull you away from God. Let me repeat that. I said the adversary uses your own desires and emotions to tempt you and pull you away from God. So now when you make statements like that, you got to be able to back it up with the book. Anytime we say something or voice something out of our mouths, we got to be able to back it up with what the book says, because this is the grounds and this is the standards that God has set. Okay? So now, right? It said now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field. The serpent was also counted amongst the cattle. All right? It said he was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord thy God had made. And he said unto the woman, yea, had God said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? He knows what God said. He knows the commandment of God. But now he's using reverse psychology. I want to hear you voice it. I want to hear what you're going to say. What's your response? He said, did God tell you that you should not eat of every garden? You know what God said. But look what he did now. It said, and the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. But of the fruit of the tree was in the midst of the garden, God has said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it. So now, God gave Adam a command. So when God give you a command, he don't force you to do the command. He give you the command and leave it up to you to follow it. Now it's your choice to follow through with the commandment of God. It's your choice to choose the commandments and the statutes and the lifestyle that God has set up for mankind to live by. Because God gave every person a choice. Because if I didn't give you a choice, I won't know what you chose. I'm not going to know what you're going to choose. So now I'm going to leave it up to you to see what you choose and what you incline towards. So that way I can know you are doing this with a willing heart. See, that's the only thing. This is the only way to be accepted by God. We have to be doing this of a willing heart. And when these laws, commandments, and statutes are not being done by a willing heart, then it's not accepted. It's not accepted. It's not going to work. All right? He said, and the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die. He said, you ain't going to die. He said, you're not going to die. He said, but God doesn't know that in the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open. When he said your eyes going to be open, it's going to be open to general view, general knowledge. And ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. So now we have both sides. We have good in us and we have evil in us. We got both sides of the coin in us. When before they ate from that tree that God commanded them not to eat from, they only had good in them. They didn't have evil in them. They didn't have no evil in them. Eve didn't have lying. She don't know what lying was. So when people say that Eve lied because of what she told the serpent, no, God didn't say that. She said God said. You got to realize that at this point in time, Adam and Eve was in their simplest form, simplest state of mind. Okay? Now, he said, for God, all right. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for the food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and the tree to be desired. That's the point I wanted to make. The adversary's job was to increase her desire for that tree that God commanded her not to eat. And by the adversary increasing her desire, he was able to push her towards eating it. Because now your desire is increased. Now you are desiring this particular thing here. So now the adversary got you. That's why we got to be careful of the things that we desire. We got to be careful of our desires. And we got to correct what we desire with using the book. So again, the adversary uses what? Your own desires and emotions to tempt you and pull you away from God. That's what he uses. You don't desire God. You don't want this. You was only here because. The only reason why I was here was because I had to be here. But I wasn't here because I wanted to. I really wanted to be over there. But I'm here because. So guess what? You're not going to stay here. See, the beginning of righteousness is belief. The beginning of righteousness is belief. What God told Abraham. He said, Abraham believed in God. And he counted it to him for what? As righteousness. Because belief is going to trigger actions. When you believe, that's what's going to push you towards fulfilling the commandments and the laws and the statutes of the living God. Because you believe that there is repayment, or what's the word? There is a punishment that comes when I violate this law. There's a punishment that comes when I violate that law or this law. There's a punishment that comes when you violate any law in this book. And when we sin presumptuously, you are cut off. It's two different forms of being cut off now. That's the only difference. But when you sin presumptuously, you're cut off. Nikrita, hikaret. One means to be estranged, denied, betrayed of God. When God pushes you away and you're estranged and you're cut off from conversation. You're still alive, but you're cut off. You could be sitting in teachings, but you're cut off. Then you have the other part of cut off. Hikrita, when God exterminates you and wipe you out, when he destroy you. That's the only two difference. But when you sin, whether you steal or murder. You're cut off because it's presumptuous iniquity. It's presumptuous iniquity. So we have to be circumspect and take heed to oneself. I, we, you, we all must take heed to ourselves. Because our nature has become iniquity, sin, evil. But the only thing that will correct that is by taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God. Huh? So Abraham was a man. God said Abraham loved his wife. Huh? God said Abraham loved his wife. We wasn't tyrants and animals. Of course I'm going to love my woman. How long I've been with her? Look, Isaac found comfort when he married Rebecca because his mother just died. So he found comfort in her. Sometimes this is a comfort that only she could bring to you. Only she could do that. Yeah. Not no man. She could do that. So I was reading something. It said, all right, remember when Sarah, when Sarah when Sarah could not conceive, right? She couldn't conceive, right? And because she couldn't conceive or get pregnant, what she do? She gave up her handmaid. She gave up her handmaid because that was a custom within the nation. Once they could not conceive or bear, they'll give up their handmaids and they will receive children through their handmaid. Right? So when Hagar perceived that she conceived, she started to get big chested and push her chest out. Right? So now check this out now. Right? It said and he went in unto Hagar, she conceived. Her mistress was despised in her eyes. Look what Sarah said. Sarai said unto Abraham, my wrong be upon thee. Don't mean that in the Hebrew. It don't mean that in the Hebrew. You know what it means? Huh? You know what it means? It says kamasi. Aleka anoki na tati. Huh? Which means what she did to me or the wrong that she did to me, she's doing to you. Why she said that? She said because we won. We won. She ain't telling Abraham out disrespecting him and coming at him like that. She said, man, we won. So what she did to me, she's doing to you. Huh? The same thing is vice versa. What's done to him is done to her. We don't got that one mind principle no more. The wife don't have the one mind principle. The husband don't have the one mind principle. We don't back each other. You see that? This wife, Sarah, that's a wife. Backing your husband. You know what I read up and I saw? She said, my goals are not my goals no more. My goals become his goals. His goals become my goals. That's the ways of a good wife. And the book describes to you and show you the ways of a good wife. The book describes you and show you the ways of a good husband. Huh? Elkanah looked at his wife. He said, am I not better to thee than 10 sons? Huh? Love is finding the gratification out of seeing his wife happy. That's what love is. My wife is not happy, and I ain't happy. What's the problem, Isha? And vice versa. Why you think Jezebel did what she did? Because she saw her husband laid up in his bed, sick to his stomach. So she said, you being the king, she said, why you lean for what's up? Why you like this? What happened? It's not you. She said, don't worry. I'm gonna get you the vineyard of Nabal. Because her concerns was towards her husband, but what she did wasn't right. It wasn't correct of how she got it. But I'm just showing you the desires of a wife towards the husband. Let's go to Numbers chapter 16. Numbers chapter 16. Huh? That's right. She said, my wrong be upon thee. She said, what she's doing to me, the wrong that she did, it's towards you. It's concerning you. That's heavy, man. That's heavy. That's heavy, man. Why you think God said follow Abraham? Why you think God said follow Sarah? We had role models to follow. Don't look at YouTube and follow the Negroes on YouTube and follow their mindset. Don't look at Love and Hip Hop and follow the woman's mindset and be like unto them. No, we already have people that God said to follow. Huh? But the problem is, we worry too much about pleasing people instead of pleasing God.
The Most High God goes first.
We worry about pleasing people instead of pleasing God. I'm worried about what you think instead of what God thinks. And that's our problem, and that's our downfall. Let's read it.
Numbers chapter 16. And now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men. And they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly.
250 princes of the assembly. Called. Chosen ones, selected ones, called from God, man. These people was chosen by God to hold up a certain standard within the nation. And the people and these men that was chosen by God didn't think nothing of it. That's why they moved the way they moved and did what they did. Huh? Go ahead.
And they gathered themselves together against Moses, against Aaron, and said unto them, ye take too much upon you, seeing all the...
Look here. Men of renown. Anshe Shem, meaning men of renown, highly honored men, a state of being widely acclaimed.
Name ring bells.
Which means when you hear about these people, they name ring bells. You go here, you mention a name, oh, I know him. I heard about him. You go over there, you mention a name, oh, I heard about him. Go all the way across the man, they heard about you. And the things that they hear about you is not evil. It's all for the righteousness of God. Right? Why the acclaim means publicly praised by a lot of people. So it says what? Anshe Shem. So now we're gonna cut that, hold that right there. I'm gonna go, you stay where you at. I'm gonna go to Genesis 6. Genesis 6, verse 4. Right? Because I'm gonna prove a point. Genesis 6, verse 4. Right? It said there were giants. There were giants in the earth in those days. What is the word for giants? Huh? The word for giants is Nephilim. It means giants. It also means the fallen ones. Huh? The fallen ones, meaning they fell from the grace of God. So now, okay, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. The same men of renown. You read about that same men of renown in Numbers 16, but it's two different Hebrew words. One say Anshe Shem, which means men of renown or highly honored men, and one say Anshe Hashem. That's a different meaning now. It's two different meanings when you say Shem or Hashem. Huh? The word Hashem means what? Men of God. Those are angels. Huh? Those were angels. And this is why people, you had people that denounced this and said, oh, those wasn't angels. They don't believe it. But at point in time, evil angels came down and went into the daughters of men, which caused them to grow into giants. Okay? Also, in Job chapter 1, it says, B'nai Ha Elohim, means what? Ha Elohims, the sons of God, came to report before the Creator. And who came up after? Who came while those angels went to report before God? God looked, he said, seen Satan. People said, ain't no such thing as Satan. Then what Job is talking about. We got to stop denouncing. We got to stop denouncing the things that we read in the book. We got to stop denouncing the things that we read here in the book and stop adding on to according to the figmentation of your own mind and do according to what we read here. This is why we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Huh? We ain't going nowhere. One brother said, till we get back home. Brother, I'm sorry. The only way you go back home, you got to buy a plane ticket. Call JFK Airlines and buy a ticket and go back. What do you think? God is going to dry up the seas? The Atlantic Ocean? All the oceans, God is going to dry up? And then we're going to go back on dry shod? Listen, man. Don't confuse yourself. From here, you go to the grave. That's where you're going. We're going to die in what? In what? In the land of your captivity. We're going to pine away in our iniquities. God said that King David is going to go back on the throne. He ain't talking about now. When is David going back on the throne? When? What is the results and the reward for doing these laws, commandments, and statutes if I'm just live my life according to law and then next thing 10, 15, 20 years later, I die? Where is the reward?
When you come back to life.
Huh? Go ahead, read. Where we at?
Number 16, right?
Number 16.
Verse 2. Number 16. Verse 2. And they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, ye take too much upon you.
He said, you take too much upon yourself. Go ahead.
Seeing all the congregation are holy.
Seeing that the whole congregation is holy. Holy meaning what? Set apart. Who set these people apart? God set certain Levites apart for certain jobs. Okay? Transcendence means to go beyond the ordinary limits, a condition of moving beyond physical needs and reality. That's when you transcend. Go ahead, read.
You take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore then lift you up at the end of 3.
Go ahead.
Wherefore then lift you up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord. And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face. And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his and who is holy.
Look, when Moses heard it, say he fell upon his face. He fell upon his face. Because God, look, Moses already know the repercussion, what's going to happen. Okay? So now, go ahead, read. And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, even tomorrow, Tamshi,
the Lord will show who are his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him.
And will cause him to come near to him, and will cause him to approach.
Even him, whom he had chosen, will he cause to come near.
So now what? Whoever God chose is the one that God would cause to draw near. Which means you're going to start doing things and stepping up in the laws and the commandments of God that's going to better you before God. That's going to bring you close to God. So these things that we do in our life, we're going to draw the attention of God towards us. By doing certain laws, by doing these laws and reenacting laws that haven't been done in such a very long time. Nobody does this. Oh, nobody does that over here. Nobody thinks that way. God look at your thoughts and what you do. 2 things God look at. How you think and the things and your actions and the things and the deeds and the things that you do in life. Your action got to match your thinking. I say your actions got to match your thinking. Why are we stepping up in laws, commandments, high power laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God, but my thinking pattern is off? We got to match. It got to match. Why are we stepping up with doing? Because you know why? Because we jumped the gun. You jumped the gun, jumped the gun, jumped the gun. And you ain't prepared. You ain't prepared and ready for this. I heard my father say one time, he said, man, you're doing this and doing this and doing that and the other, but you're acting this way. It don't match, son. It don't go together. If you're doing this, you got to start moving this way. When you start doing this, you got to start thinking this way. Your actions and your thinking must match. So now, how would the Creator cause you to come near to him so that you can be one of his chosen? How would God cause you to come near to him so that he can look at you as one of his chosen ones? Because we all not chosen. There are certain things that we need to be doing in our lives that God could look at you and select you. That God could look at you and say, nah, this guy here belongs with me. Look what he told Noah. Look what he told Noah. He said Noah was righteous in what? In his generation. In his time, Noah was righteous. Because at that point in time, there was nobody following righteousness. Just like today. In this time and age, day and age, people are not, even Israelites, are not pursuing righteousness. Why? Because they continue to do things according to their own mindset. We want to follow God according to our own mindset, how we think. I want to serve God the way I feel, the way I think, and God got to accept it. God got to accept it. You want God to accept you the way you are. No. He already gave us a standard, and he said, in order for me to accept you, you got to do this. If you don't do this, you will not be accepted. Ain't that what he told Cain? If you don't take heed, if you don't do good, if you don't improve, you will not be exalted. I will not exalt you. So Cain was not accepted by God. And because Cain was not accepted by God, his offering was not accepted. Automatic. But Abel was accepted by God. Therefore, when he sent up that offering, God accepted it. Now, how they knew when God accepted that offering? A reaction happened. Something happened. Fire came down from heaven and sucked up that offering. That's how you know when God accepts your offering. Huh? Like with Solomon. Like with Solomon. And you know what's crazy? The situation that we are in today, we don't have that connection with God. We don't got that connection with God, man. Like our forefathers had. They had it, man. They had that connection with God when they was able to perceive certain things that went down in their life. That's right. And they knew certain things of what to do to regain and get back in favor with God. They had the offerings. They had high priests. They had prophets to go to get an answer. We ain't got nothing. We ain't got nothing, man. Nothing. I was at work Friday. The boss told me to go up on the deck, put me up there to work by myself. So now I'm talking to myself, and I'm talking to myself about God and about the state of mind that people are in, and that we listen, man, it's scary. It is scary. Because if you die in your iniquities, you don't want to die in your sins, man. You don't want to die in your iniquities. I don't want to die in my iniquities. So when you, let's go, man. It says what?
Take time. Verse 6.
Now, the chosen ones of God has a conscience. All right? That's what you need first in order for God to cause to do certain things to draw you near to him. God is not going to draw you near to him if you don't have a conscience. You need a conscience. And what is a conscience? When you have a conscience, you're making amends. You're making correction. You're making amends and you're making correction with oneself. Why? Because the things that you're doing that is not godly, you feel bad about it. You feel guilty. That guilty conscience starts to set in. The guilty conscience starts to set in. You ever agreed to do something that was ungodly, and then later you think it over? Later you think it over and say, nah, I can't do it. You want to do it. But then the other side, the good that you have in you took over. I said the good that you have in you takes over. That's what makes you restrained, because you start to think and recollect and go back and say, nah. I said, I can't do this because it's against God. Yes, it's against God, man. The good that you have in you is what caused you to pull back. What you telling me, man? What are you telling me? So you got to exercise the good that's in you so it can be strengthened. So you can strengthen it. So that you don't always have to succumb to evil and wickedness and things that's against God. You got to strengthen that. You got to strengthen that. You know what is good and you know what is evil. Huh? I said, we know what's good and evil. According to what God said. I said, according to what God said. Not according to your mind. Not according to mindset. Because we determine what is good according to our own mind. We determine what is evil according to our mind. These people walk around and call you evil, When the thing that you said is evil, God didn't say is evil. Huh? You tell a person, listen, man, I don't do that no more. I don't want to do that no more. I get mad. They say, you know what they say? I don't believe that. I don't believe you. You ain't got to believe me. I said, my job is to prove myself to God. That's it. That's why I said we got to stop trying to prove ourselves to flesh and start proving yourself to God. Well, I don't want to prove nothing to you. I'm not trying to prove nothing to you. I got something to prove to God. That's it. It's beyond you now. It's beyond you. Because when you try to prove yourself to people, they take that and go to that away. They throw it out the window. They don't listen. Go ahead with that. Right? So what is a conscience? A conscience is what? If you have a conscience, number one, you're going to start making amends with God. And ones you offend. The ones that you have offended. So if I offended you, if you have a conscience and you can realize that I have offended this person, I'm going to go to that person and say, well, you know what? I shouldn't have said what I said to you, man. When a person can't go to someone else and clear certain things up, you got a long way to go. God is not going to draw you close. I said, God ain't going to draw you close. God ain't going to reveal certain things to draw you close to God because it's a science to this. That's why certain things, a person that has a conscience will be revealed to that person that you ain't going to know. And you'll never understand because you two have two different mindsets. One is bent on making amends with God and making amends with people that he offended. And one ain't bent on that. They'll tell you to go to hell. And then they won't come and apologize for that. They'll stand strong in what they said. And they'll stand strong in the things that they do. And don't feel that they need to make amends for the things that they do and say. You can't draw close to God. God can't use you. God can't pull you close. It's a science. It's a domino effect. To draw close, you got to do this. Then when you draw close, this has to be done. It's a science, man. I can't cover, this can't happen without me covering this. That can't happen because you can't cover that. We need to learn that we need to cover all bases. I said every basis needs to be covered. Huh? No? We ain't gonna never read. I don't know what's. Listen, it says feeling of obligations to make right that which was done wrong. It's a feeling. I said it's a feeling. What are feelings? Feelings are desires and that stirs up. Huh? Feelings are emotions. See, emotions can draw you close to God, and emotions can pull you away from God. Yeah. Depends on what? Exactly. Depending on what your feelings are being stirred up for. Huh? My feelings could be stirred up within me to correct myself with God. That's a good feeling. Then my feelings could be stirred up in me to do something that is ungodly. Everything begins within the inner man. That's what goes on within a person first. And then it starts to be expressed and thought about. Now you're expressing it with your mouth and you're showing it with your actions. And because you feel it has to be right. Not everything we feel got to be correct. Not everything we feel got to be right. Let's read it.
Number 16, chapter 6.
Uh-huh.
This do, take you censors, Korah and all his company, and put fire therein.
A censer is a small little plate. You ever looked in a Roman Catholic church and on movies, and they had a small plate with chains and they hold it? Then they take that plate and put incense within the plate and burn it and wave it, smoke up. Go ahead, read. Take censers and what?
Put fire therein.
Put fire therein.
Put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord doth choose, he shall be holy.
Now, people need to realize that these incense was only burned during the sacrifices. And only certain ones of the tribe of Levi can burn these incense. But the ones that wanted to burn the incense was the wrong tribe, was the wrong ones. Merari can't burn no incense. The Gershonites can't burn no incense. The only one that was able to burn incense and do the sacrifices of God was the Kohathites. Was the Kohathites. Okay? Now, incense, which is quitoret, means now incense was only burned during sacrifices.
That's it.
That's it. You ever wonder why I don't burn incense in my house? And I don't want incense burned in the house? Because they was only burned during sacrifices. In Isaiah 6, he said, he that offereth an oblation, it says aminka, as if he offereth swine's blood. He that burneth incense, which is lebona, incense meaning lebona, meaning frankincense, is as if he blessed the idol. He blessed injustice. Huh? Because, okay, go ahead, read.
Ye take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi.
He said, you take too much upon yourself, ye sons of Levi. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And Moses said unto Korah, here I pray you, ye sons of Levi. Seeming it but a small thing unto you, that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel, to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister unto them. And he had brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren to the sons of Levi with thee, and seek ye the priesthood also.
Verse 11.
Verse 11.
He said, man, you want the priesthood. God brought you near to him to do the service, to do this. He said, but you want to jump into the priesthood. You're not satisfied with your position. You're not satisfied with your role. We all have a role to play in life. Like I said last week, the wife have a role. The husband got a role. The children got a role. Women have a role. Men have a role. You know when it becomes a problem, we want to jump out of our role and go into your role. Then this one want to jump out of their role. Everybody want to jump in everybody's role, but don't want to stay in their circle, in their own roles. Huh? There's a role to play in this life. There's a duty that we need to remain at. Go ahead, read.
For which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is
the reason why all you dudes are gathered against God? You ain't gathering against me. Your problem is with God. Huh? People fail to realize when they do certain things, they think they're offending you. People think when they do certain things, oh, I'm not doing this because of you. No, it's bigger than that. We got to think and use our mind. Be truthful with yourself, man. Be truthful with yourself. Like I told somebody last night, I said there's only one God. There's only one God. It's not two gods. It's not three gods. It ain't 4. It ain't 5. It ain't 6. It ain't 7. It's one God. There's only one way to serve this God. And the only way to serve this God, you read it here in the book. You read it right here. Huh? You read it right here. Go ahead, read.
And what is Aaron that you murmur against him?
He said, man, you over here, y'all over here murmuring against Aaron. He said, you ain't really murmuring against him. Your complaint ain't with Aaron. Your complaint is with God. That's what we need to
I
realize.
don't like the position you're in.
People get angry at the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God and the things that God agree with. But your problem is not with me. Because these are not my words that I'm speaking. These are God's words. These are the Creator's words. So you need to face the east, bend the knee, and take your problem up with God and see what happens. Go ahead, read. But you know what? Punishment don't happen speedily. So the hearts of men are fully set in them to do evil. You see, when God chastises you, this is what caused you to think upon yourself. This is what caused you to think upon oneself. So when there's no chastisement or punishment happening, you think you're right. Things is going good. Man, since I did this, I've been going good. Man, I'm so happy I did this. My life has changed. God don't care about you. You think God care about you. You think God delivered you. And why are you thinking that? Because you are destined for destruction. God don't want you to change. God don't want you to make no changes because there's something in us. Each and every one of us has something in us that caused God to look inside of you and say, nah, I can't use him. I don't want her. I don't want him. There's certain things that you have, certain qualities, certain essential qualities that you need to have within yourself for God to use you and open you up towards this. So now he is all merciful, so he show you. But not everybody God shows stays. I said, not everybody that God opened your eyes to these laws, they remain. Go ahead, read.
And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which he said, we will not come up.
Say, man, we ain't coming up.
Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of the land that floweth with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness?
Wait a minute. What verse is that?
Verse 13.
Now, check this out, man. Read that over.
He said, we will not come up.
Okay.
Is it a small thing?
Eliab, Dathan, and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, said, what? We ain't coming up.
We will not come up.
Moses called him and said, we ain't coming up. Check this out. Read it.
Is it a small thing that
that what?
That thou hast brought us up?
That you done brought us up
out of the land.
That flowed with milk and honey.
To kill us in the wilderness.
I said, God don't move like that. I said, God don't move like that. Huh? Understand that. God is not going to deliver you from the hands of the Egyptians and then kill you in the way, in the wilderness. I'm going to bring it back now. I'm going to bring it back here. God is not going to open a man's eyes to his laws by allowing this guy to show him his laws, and then later on, things turn sour, and well, listen, I was here, and this guy did something to push you away. No. It's not that way. It's not that way. When God opened your eyes and used somebody to open your eyes towards the law, it's not for the whole objective. He didn't do that for nothing. God brought you towards his law to show you who God is. So everything else that transpired in your mind later, oh man, this person tried to do this to me. No, that's going on in the figmentation of your own mind. That's going on in your mind. God didn't bring you here for this to happen, for that to happen. Remember, the adversary increases your desires and emotions and uses it against you to pull you away from God. That's right. Let's read it.
Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of a land that flowed with milk and honey,
Uh-huh.
to kill us in the wilderness, except thou make thyself together a prince over us. Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that flowed with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? We will not
said,
come
man,
up.
listen, man, you've been telling us that you're going to give us vineyards, fields with olive trees that you plant, not houses built. We still waiting. He said, where is that? You know how long we've been going out of Egypt? He said, where is it, man? But God took the nation and brought them through this rough terrain, through the wilderness, to prove them. I said, God brought the nation of Israel through the wilderness to prove them. To prove them. Okay? God do certain things with an individual to prove your what? Your determination. Your determination, your worth, to see if you're worthy, to test your faith. God do certain things with us, man. So now it's up to you not to think with emotions, but to think with logic. Okay? One thing we got to realize, women are emotional creatures, and they do things according to their emotions. Men don't do things according to emotions. They deal with logic. Logic. Okay? Sometimes your emotions can lead you to your death. Yeah. And your emotions can lead you towards righteousness. Go ahead.
And Moses was very wroth.
Moses was angry.
And he said unto the Lord,
What he told? What Moses told God?
respect not thou their offering.
Uh-oh. He said, don't respect their offering. Don't respect their offering. To respect, it means tefeng, tau, pei, nun. It means to look towards. It means to turn to. He said, don't look towards their offering. Don't turn towards their offering. Don't pay them no mind. Don't pay them. Don't give them no attention. Ain't that what God did to Cain? He did not regard Cain's offering because he wasn't regarded. But it never mentioned what Cain did for God not to regard him. It never was mentioned. But he knew, and he knew he was wrong. He knew whatever it was, but what God said, if you improve, if you do good, he said, I will exalt you. He said, I'll exalt you. He said, well, you got to improve. Which means when we do things in life that is against God, when we are into that improving ourselves before God, then I got to do something. I have to do something to show God that I'm sorrowful for doing that. For the rest of your life. I said for the rest of your life. That's what King David did. I said that's what King David did. King David lived in a humble state of mind. He remained humble. He remained meek. And he was always guilty before God. He remained that guilty mindset. Because after he messed up and did what he did, he said, I enrolled myself in sackcloth. I prayed 3 times a day. Next thing, he said, man, 7 times a day I prayed. And while you're praying all these times, it calls for a certain type of action and mindset. I can't continue to think that way because you're praying 7 times and it doesn't match your mindset. Why are you moving that way? Don't you pray 7 times? Why are you moving that way? When you're praying, you're supposed to keep a humble state of mind. It doesn't match. You ever seen people fast, pray, but they're raunchy in their spirit? It don't match. Ahab realized that he was wrong. Ahab realized that he was wrong before God. So Ahab wanted to gain favor before God. The king, Ahab. So then he put on sackcloth, he fasted, and he walked softly, humbly before God. Okay? There's a certain spirit you need to acquire or maintain when you're fasting and praying. Don't match. It got to match, I mean. Go ahead, read.
Verse 15.
Let's go.
And Moses
Verse
was very wroth and said unto the Lord, respect not thou their offering.
Respect not thou their offering.
I have not taken one ass from them.
He said, man, I ain't taking one ass from them. Wait a minute. These people will turn on you, right? Accuse you, but I ain't never did you no wrong. And you can't prove that I did you wrong. He said, I ain't take their ass. I ain't go up in their barn and stole an ox. Huh? But you always turning against me and pointing the finger at me like I did you wrong. When all I did, what he saying? He said, all I did to you was good. Huh? I said, all I did to you was good. Show me the wrong that I did to you. Huh?
That's what he means.
That's what he means. Show me the wrong that I did to you, Israel. You know, sometimes you got to tell people that. I said, you got to tell people that and let them confess. Show me the wrong that I did to you. And then they formulate ideas and opinions in their mind with no cotton picking proof. People like that, you got to stay away from, man. People like that is dangerous, man. Dangerous. Dangerous, man. These people is dangerous. They turned on a man that was their only link to getting close with God. The only link of them getting close to God, they want to stone him. They want to kill him. But guess what? People say, oh, Joshua should have been in that time. No, God don't deal that way. You know what? God ain't put the mindset of a man to rule over the people with the mindset of Joshua, because even God realized that I have to have patience with these people because they're coming from a lifestyle. They are coming from an Egyptian lifestyle. Generation and generation after generation after generation after generation. When they left Egypt, they had an Egyptian mentality. They had the mentality of Egyptians. So God realized, I got to deal with these people differently. They're not going to believe God immediately. They're not going to fear God immediately. And Kim or Aksha, like today, you would show a people or show a person the proof of how there's only one God. The proof that the God of Israel exists. The proof that there was a mountain named Mount Sinai that burned in a certain time in history. And how archaeologists found sulfur, discovered sulfur on the whole mountain range. That's proof that it happened. That's proof that there was a woman that turned into a pillar of salt. Because they showed it on Discovery Channel. The woman body held up in chains. She was hanging over a highway. That's proof. There's proof that there is a cave of Machpelah where Abraham buried his dead. Abraham. All those righteous and pious men are buried at, chained up. So you had archaeologists unchained it, unlock it, and started going down the stairs. He said when he was going down the stairs, he heard sounds like people was down there. No,
Nobody's supposed to be there.
Ain't nobody down there. Those are the angels of the living God protecting the saints, guarding the bodies of the saints, his chosen ones. He came back up. He said, I ain't going back down there. He said, sound like somebody's down there. They clicked it, locked it, and got out of there.
Been locked ever since.
Been locked ever since. They found chariots and horses and swords in the bottom of the Red Sea. Huh? And you tell people this, but they don't believe it. Because belief triggers actions. If you truly believe it, it will trigger some type of action in you. Let's read it.
I have not taken one ass from
He said,
them,
man, I ain't take one ass from him.
neither have I hurt one.
Like, look, I ain't take no ass from him. As a matter of fact, I took care of you and I housed you. Huh? Go ahead, read.
And Moses said unto Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow, and take every man his censer and put incense in them.
Moses tied. He said, all right.
Let's show that.
He said, it's showdown. He said, okay, you guys want to play? He said, you and all your followers come before God tomorrow. Pull up tomorrow. Go ahead, read.
And put incense in them and bring ye before the Lord.
Take incense and come before God. Read.
250 censers.
250 censers.
Thou also and Aaron, each of you his censer. And they took every man his censer and put fire in them and laid incense thereon and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron.
Uh-oh. Why did they stand in the door? All offerings and sacrifices was brought to the entrance of the tabernacle, which means it was brought before God. So now God is going to choose, and he's going to reveal who is the chosen ones and who ain't the chosen ones, who he drew near and who he didn't draw near to offer up these incense and sacrifices. We're going to see right now. Let's read it.
And Korah gathered all the congregation against him unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation.
And the glory of God appeared. You know what? You know that was such a vision to behold. That was a vision to behold, look, these people was able to realize, like, wow, yo, this is the glory of God. The presence of God is here. They were so close, man. They were so close that we can't even dream of getting. Because we're so filthy inside and out. I said we so filthy inside and out, man. We even got to clean the way we think, man. Our thinking pattern must clean. We got to clean that. Everything. And what this here, this takes an effect. It's a good effect. You will begin the cleaning process when you begin to read. Prime example of that, man. Your thinking pattern begin to change by reading these laws constantly. Not overnight, but constant reading. Constant reading. Constant reading. Constant listening. Now your thinking patterns start to change. Your actions start to change. Why do you think God said, read? This is what's going to build fear and instill fear in you to fear God. This is what's going to remove pride and vanity away from you by reading the book. That's why he told the king to do it. That's why he told the king to do it. So go ahead, read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, separate yourselves from among this congregation.
Separate yourselves from among this congregation that I may consume them in a moment.
And they fell upon their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh.
Oh God, the God of the spirits of all flesh. You mean to tell me he's not a man? He ain't a man? No, he ain't a man. No, he ain't Horus. No, it's not Isis. No, it ain't none of them people that you look at as God. Neither is it Jake the snake on the cross. He said, I am the God of the spirit of all flesh, which means God is a spirit. You can't see God. You can't envision God. You don't know how God looked like. Huh? That's the God I serve, man. Go ahead, read.
Shall one man sin?
Shall one man sin?
Wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation?
You hear what he asked God? He said, one man violate, and you're going to be angry with everybody? That's not how God deals. That's not how God deals. That's how people deal. That's how we think. I will get offended by this person, and I'll stop coming to teachings. Everybody get it. Oh, they all just the same way. All of them. All of them just like that. What's wrong with
I
you?
don't go nowhere.
What's wrong with you, man? Where you get this mindset from? He didn't violate you, but you already denouncing him or her and including them within the BS, within the foolishness.
And I don't even know.
I can't include that person and that person if they didn't offend you. Now you're looking at everybody with the same mindset that they all think the same. Y'all all the same. What's wrong with you? No, you the same. What's wrong with you? That's why like spirits attract. God had distanced you and pushed you amongst the same people that think like you, amongst your own kind. That's why God pushed you away. He said, nah, you was only good enough for me to open you up and show you. Now your time here is done. I say your time here is done now. See, when we take our time to move towards God and his laws and his commandments, there's a limit and there's a time limit where God gives us. And if we don't pass that time and go through that, that's it. It closes. It closes. Let's read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the congregation, saying, get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, David and Abiram. And Moses rose up and went unto David and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. And he spake unto the congregation, saying, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men.
Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men. It's not a light. This is not a light thing. I got to be careful with who I live with.
Right.
Because God look at you as the same. God look at you as you think the same. You move the same. I can't live with somebody that's against God, that has a different lifestyle than the lifestyle I live. We gonna clash. Go ahead, read.
And touch nothing of theirs.
Don't touch nothing.
Lest ye be consumed in all their sins.
Be careful of the things you touch. Because the things that you don't touch could be marked for destruction. The things that you touch could be a devoted thing.
Yeah.
The things that you touch and took for yourself could be cursed by God.
Yeah.
So now I done brought that curse with me.
Yeah.
I done brought that curse with me. And whatever's in my house could get cursed. Because I done brought this particular thing here. Go ahead, read.
So they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan and Abiram, on every side. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood in the door of their tents, and their wives, and their sons, and their little children. And Moses said,
wait a minute. You see what happened and what took place? The father jammed his whole household. Oh my God. I said the father jammed and cursed his whole household. The babies got jammed. The sons got jammed. The daughters got jammed. The wives got jammed. God didn't want nothing that came from him. Nothing. Nothing. Why? Because of what the Father did. People say, oh, ain't that what you teach? No, it ain't what I teach. It's what God said. Stop, man. Yo, what's wrong with people, man? People need to stop because the things that you say out of your mouth, you condemn yourself, and everything that you keep saying, God look at you and he despises your mouth. He hates your words. He hates the things that's coming out of your mouth because you still can't recognize that it's God. You still can't recognize that this is the word of God. Stop telling me and saying, ain't that what you teach? Not me. I said the word of God. We keep jamming ourselves because our words keep forward thoughts separate you from God. And we keep drawing ourselves further and further away from God. Now you're begging and pleading for you to realize and recognize and come on back and serve God. But you done drew yourself too far. You done took yourself away. It's too far.
You're too far now.
Either you did something, or either you said something that caused God to look at you with the crooked eye. He said, nah, you'll never be accepted. You can never come back this way. So now God is going to open your mind. God is going to open your mind to something else. And your mind will be closed towards this. Because your work of your hands is what called it to you.
Listen.
Come on, man. Come on, man. And guess what? Like God said, he said, and when I did this to the nation, he said he went back to his place and he pleaded. Raquel looking from Ramah. I said, Raquel, you know who Raquel is? She high power, man. I said Raquel was high power. She was high power because her husband was high power. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She was buried in Ramah. Years and years and years, hundreds of years later, when the children of Israel was taken into captivity, it said Raquel was from a burying place in Ramah, looked down upon her children, and she wept. And she weep and she cry and she weep and she cry and she weep and she cry. They wrong. The nation is wrong. But that don't change that the love that she had for her children. Yeah, I know my son wrong. Yeah, I know my daughter is wrong. But that still don't change the love that I have in me for my kids. So I'm going to beg my kid, and I'm going to talk to my kid. I'm going to talk to my daughter. I'm going to beg my daughter to turn towards God. Why you think certain men turn towards certain women, even though they deny God, and you beg them and said, listen, man, I love you so much that I can't see you go that way. But guess what? We don't know how to recognize the love when it's shown. We don't know how to recognize the love. The only one that can recognize the love is God. The love, that's it. We don't recognize when love is shown, man. You don't recognize, man. Let's read it.
And Moses said, hereby ye shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works.
So, man, today you're going to know that God sent me here to do this. God appointed me to do this. I didn't want this job. Huh? Moses didn't want it. He said, listen. He said, I'm slow. Look, read Exodus. God appeared to him. The first thing God did to appear to him was what? Curiosity. He sparked up his curiosity. Caused him to be curious. Caused him to be interested. Which means if you don't become curious and if you don't become interested, God's not going to open up to you. God's not going to open up to you. Your curiosity has to be sparked.
Okay.
In order for God to open up and show you.
Okay.
What did God do? Come now. Huh? What did God do? The burning bush. The burning bush is burning. Moses looked. He said, what in the world is this? Why do I see a bush burning, but the bush ain't being consumed? He said, let me go see this great sight.
Yeah.
So when he walked towards it, God spoke to him. He said, take your shoes off. The place where you're standing at, the spot where you're standing at is holy ground. It's a designated area. It's a certain spot. It's a designated area. It's a certain spot. Sometimes certain spots, you get certain it's like ports, man. Certain spots, you get certain, man, listen, man. Certain connection. So God sparked up the curiosity and the interest in Moses. So when we don't show interest in God, God not going to open you up to these laws, commandments, and statutes. We got to show interest first in order for God to open you up. Go ahead and read it.
For I have not done them of my own mind.
He said, man, I ain't do this of my own mind. I ain't do this because I wanted to do this. Where verse you at?
Verse 29. If these men die.
He said, of my own mind. Huh? My own will. My own heart. My own mind. It wasn't my idea.
Right.
I didn't want to do this. This was the mindset of God. God told me and opened me up to do this. Okay, let's read it.
If these men die the common death of all men.
What's the common death? You die, you get sick. Common death. You get sick, you get stabbed. Regular death. Things happen regular and you die. It's common death, right?
Or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then the Lord had not sent me.
Then God ain't sent me. Read.
But if the Lord make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth and swallow them up with all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then ye shall understand that these men have provoked the Lord.
Then you're going to realize that you have provoked God. Huh? Now, most people say, oh, that's an earthquake. There ain't no earthquake. There ain't no earthquake. The earth split open, swallowed you, and closed back up. Just in that spot where they was at. Ain't no earthquake, man. That was a new thing in the earth. That was something that never happened again. Never happened before or after.
That's right.
Huh? To provoke means what? To despise or to contend. So you have provoked the Lord. Okay? To provoke God is to what? To disregard. Wait a minute. When you provoke God, you disregard his laws. Yo, not only you, but myself. We are playing games. We do things and not even realize that we are provoking God because we disregard the laws. How do we disregard the laws of God? We pick and choose what we want to do. I do this law, I disregard that law. I do this law, I disregard that law. And when you disregard the laws and the commandments of God, you provoke him to anger. God stays angry at you. Angry at me, angry at you, angry at the inhabitants of the world. Why? Because we disregard the laws and the commandments of God. Huh? Listen, man. The key to righteousness is not to sin presumptuously. That's the key to being righteous. That's the key to being righteous. The key to righteousness is honoring your parents. When your parents give you a command, do it. Don't go against it and then hide it. Yeah, she don't know, but God knows. God knows that you're still doing the same thing that God did, that she done commanded you, or your father done commanded you not to do.
She don't like.
Or she don't like. That's right. That's right. It also means to pay no attention to or to ignore. Huh? That's how you provoke God. That's how you provoke God. Now go ahead. He said, go ahead.
Verse 31. And it came to pass as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder.
Look,
that was
so let me
under
hold that right there. I gotta go in depth here. To despise, when you despise, na'at means to contemn or despise. To despise means what? When you despise God, his laws are unimportant. It's not important to you. It holds no grounds of respect. It holds no value to you. All right? and treat it like it's not a big deal. That's how we treat the laws of God. Like it ain't no big deal. I don't feel like congregating on Shabbat. So I'm going to sit home and relax. Hey, well, listen, man, I don't do that no more. I'm watching TV. Not realizing that when you were shown who God is, when you was told who God is, when you were shown how to serve this God, you rejected it. Huh? It also means deep repugnance, means to contradict or be inconsistent with God. Huh? Antagonism means to be opposite, opposition, resistance, or dissent. Now we're going to go into these two words, dissent and resistance. D-I-S. What is dissent? D-I-S-S-E-N-T. Dissent means what? Having a strong disagreement or dissatisfaction with God's decision. Oh, Lord have mercy. I said, oh, Lord have mercy. Then I told you how many times I tell people, I said, okay, listen, man, this is something that you got to work with yourself. These are not my words. I don't agree with this. That's not how I was raised. Well, okay. Well, and then when you, listen, I told, look, man. Take time. Look, we got to stop disagreeing with God. But the reason why we disagree with God, because you don't believe God. You don't believe that the God of Israel is God. You don't believe that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob exists. So because of the laws that you disagree with, you push God away so that you don't have to acknowledge what God said. Huh? Resistance means the refusal to accept or comply with. You refuse to accept these laws. Huh? Let's go. Let's read it.
Verse 31. And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up.
That never happened again. Before that happened, that never happened again. That was a one-shot deal. Let's read it.
And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up in their houses and all the men that appertained
everything that belonged to them.
And all their goods.
And all their goods.
They and all that appertained to them went down alive.
At that point in time, everything that belonged to them became what? Cursed. Became what? A cherem. A devoted thing. It's like a devoted thing. Don't listen. Listen, don't even touch it. Listen, as a matter of fact, get away from their tent. Stay away from them. Do we know we got to be careful with who we walk with? Because we could be walking with people that is denounced and hated and marked for death. So you got to choose your friends and who you walk with. This includes family. This includes brothers. This includes sisters. So now, because you disagree with God, I can't continue to walk with you. Because we don't have the same mindset, I got to distance myself from you. Abraham separated himself from his family. God told him to separate himself from his family. After his father died, he left and took Lot because Haran died, his father. So he became a father to Lot. He became a father figure to Lot and treated him as a father. Which means sometimes you got to ask a person, would you have done that to your son? Ask. These people sick. These people sick, man. Turn to a boy or a child and treat them in such a way that you wouldn't do to your own. Come on, man. Would you do that to your kid? No. So why are you treating him like that? Would you do that to your daughter? Then why are you treating her like that? That's righteousness, man. Stop it. Stop this, man. Stop this madness. Stop the madness, man. Hold the press. Isn't that what Martin said? Stop the press. Stop. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's read it.
And they all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them.
The earth closed upon them. Read.
And they perished from among the congregation.
You know what the word for pit? Sheol. Sheol. Now there's different levels and different sections in Sheol. There's different spots where you don't want to go to. And there's certain spots where the righteous go. But everybody goes down. Nobody go up to heaven. But the spirit, man, we don't go up to heaven. Stop believing the dreams and TV and movies. You die and you go around and swim. And my mom is looking down. No, she ain't looking down on you. She's not even thinking about you. She's not even thinking about you.
Realm of the dead.
Come on, man. Let's read it.
And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them.
Oh, yeah.
Now everybody ready.
Everybody got scared then. Because when that earth opened up, it was a cry that caused them to run. Oh, you gonna run. You gonna run. Yeah. You sitting there and you watching the earth. They see, listen. That's why these people, man, don't have no excuse. Because they saw this with the naked eye. They envisioned and saw the glory and the work of God. But you know what happened now? God didn't give them eyes to see and ears to hear until a certain time in Deuteronomy. Until a certain time. He said, now, today you have become the people of the Lord.
Now you know.
He said, now you realize and you can see and understand and you hear and you recognize now. Which means what? After everything that God put them through, now we see where they're ready to open them up towards this. God deals with time. Stop playing, man. I said, stop playing. God deals with time. And he deals with everything at its appointed time. Huh? Let's read it.
And all that were around about them fled at the cry of them.
They fled at the cry.
So they said,
because they went down into the pit alive. Alive, man. They went straight down. Alive. Go ahead, read it.
But they said, lest the earth swallow us up.
They ran out. They're scared now. He said, let's get away from these people, man. Let the earth open up and swallow us. Go ahead, read.
And there came out a fire from the Lord and consumed the 250 men that offered incense.
Fire from God came down. Fire from heaven came down. Burned up the 250, consumed them. Go ahead.
What verse you at? 36.
The
Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter thou the fire yonder, for they are hollow.
It's hollow. It's hollow. Go ahead, read.
The censers of the sinners against their own souls. Let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar.
They used the censers for covering. Because it was still the ones that didn't wasn't hollow, holy. He said, but what they used this when it was dedicated to God. He said, use this for broad plates. Go ahead, read.
Let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar. They offered them before the Lord. Therefore they are hollow. And they shall be a sign unto the children of Israel. And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers, wherewith they had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar. To be a memorial unto the children of Israel.
A remembrance.
That no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron.
What verse you at?
40.
Go ahead. No stranger that is not of the seed of Aaron.
Come near to offer incense before the Lord. That he be not as Korah and as his company, as the Lord said unto him by the hand of Moses. But on the morrow, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, ye have killed the people of the Lord.
Wait a minute. Now, this is a whole lesson in itself now. The next day,
After what you saw.
after what God, the demonstration that God did and showed the people, the next day, the people did what? They blamed Moses and Aaron and said they killed the people of the Lord. Huh? Now what happened now? What happened when they did that? It angered God. You know why? You want me to tell you why? They blamed Moses and Aaron instead of recognize that God did it. You blame everybody else instead of recognize God did it. People do that today. Blame everybody. It's your fault. You're the reason why I'm not here. This is why this happened. This is why you're the reason why that happened. Instead of recognizing that God did it. That's our problem. Now, after we have recognized that God did it, now we have to realize and dig into ourselves, why did God do this to me? Why did God allow this to happen to me? Why did God drive me away and push me away? What am I doing in my life that's causing God to do this to me? Step up. I said, go up in knowledge. Go up. Go up. Don't blame nobody. Blame yourself.
That's right.
Blame yourself, man.
Right.
Blame yourself. And that's the thing that people don't want to do, man. It's bigger than you and me. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than Nino. This is bigger than Nino Brown. Dig into the essence and the real reason why this happened. Because nothing happens without God doing it.
First causes.
Huh? Nothing happened without God doing it. And the reason why you think and you formulated in your mind why God did it, it don't have to be that way. You gotta go up. You know why? Because the things that we doing today, it's what you doing today is what's causing you. It's what's driving you away.
That's right.
It's what's driving you away.
That's right.
And it's pulling you away. And it's pulling you away. And it's pulling you away because you haven't realized and recognized that God did it. Why? Or because. Let's read it.
And it came to pass when the congregation was gathered against Moses and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation.
They looked towards the tabernacle.
And behold, the cloud covered it.
The cloud covered it. That's the glory of God. The glory of God came down in the cloud. Go ahead.
And the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the congregation. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Get you up from among this congregation, that I may consume them as in a moment.
What verse you at?
45.
Go ahead.
Get you up from among this congregation, that I may consume them as in a moment. And they fell upon their faces. And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a censer.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me they fell upon their faces, but God ain't hearkening? He ain't listening to it.
This is fine.
Because these guys don't get it. He said, listen, man, not now, Moses and Aaron. You can fall on your face all you want. I ain't listening to that. But Moses knew what to do to really drive and really hold and to stop God from moving on consuming the people. Right? They was able to determine that the anger of God is out. The plague is loose. Is out. Look what he told me. He said, man, he went down prostrate. He said, nah. He was able to perceive. He was able to perceive that, nah, he said, this ain't working. God is not hearkening to this right now. The wrath is still going forth. He got up. Aaron, Look what he told Aaron. Go ahead.
Take a censer.
Take a censer.
And put fire therein from off
Put
the
fire
altar.
therein from off the altar, which is holy fire, not just any fire.
And put on incense.
Put on incense.
And go quickly.
There was a certain concoction to stop this.
And he knew it.
And he knew it. And they ain't put the concoction there because people, wicked and evil people, would have did the concoction.
And he ain't jumped to that first.
You know, the first thing he did was prostrate, but he was able to perceive that
It
God
ain't
ain't hearkening.
working.
It ain't working.
That's not enough.
I know I gotta jump to the next best thing.
Jump to
Aaron.
the next level.
Get censer, get fire from off the altar, take incense,
And go quickly
go quickly.
unto the congregation and make an atonement for them.
Make an atonement for these
But
people.
there is wrath going out from
The wrath
Lord.
done went out from God.
The plague has begun.
The plague has
Plague
begun.
begun.
Tom Sheen.
And Aaron took, as Moses commanded, and ran into the midst of the congregation, and behold, the plague was begun among the people.
Mm-hmm.
And he put on incense and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living.
Dead and the living.
And the plague was stayed.
Mm-hmm.
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron returned unto Moses and unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Let's
The
go to
plague was
first
stayed.
Samuel chapter 15.
That was some action.
Oh yeah. 1 Samuel chapter 15.
15.
Yeah. Got it?
Yep. 1 Samuel chapter 15.
Got it, Emo?
Yeah.
Tom Sheen.
Samuel also said unto Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord.
He said, Samuel said unto who? Unto Saul.
Unto Saul,
The Lord sent me to what?
to anoint thee to be king
To anoint thee.
over his people.
Okay? There is an anointing process that goes down with the king
That's right.
and the priest.
Oh, consecration.
Okay? There's a consecration that goes down with the king and the priest, which means we can't have no king here and we can't have no priest here. There are no high priests. There are no priests.
You're not a Kohen.
Okay? There are no kings and there are no priests here because there's a consecration, there's an anointing process that goes down with that. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel.
He said, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel. Amalek was Esau's grandson. Amalek's father was Eliphaz. Eliphaz's father was Esau. Okay? Go ahead, read. Now, they had beef since the time when Esau and Jacob. It was always beef.
His descendants had beef.
Since their children had beef after that.
His descendants, yeah.
Now, people want to blame Jacob and blame. You can't blame Jacob. This happened because of what God revealed to Rebekah. Everything that transpired in Jacob's life concerning Esau transpired and happened because God revealed to her and told her what's going to happen. So everything that took place had to happen. It was for Jacob to take the birthright. It was for her to put on Esau's clothes on him to go and get the blessing. He said, man, he said, my father gonna look at me like a what? A deceiver.
And I'm trying to get a curse.
It wasn't his mind to go in there and deceive his father. That wasn't his mind. These people wasn't deceitful like that. He said, no, the things that we do, they frown at that. Deceive? No, not me. Today, it's like nothing.
And it's justified.
And it's justified. And then you can say why you did it. And then you want me to accept it.
Right.
Our mindset is completely opposite to the mindset of the people that we read about
That's
here.
right.
Completely
That's right.
opposite.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
Thus said the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt.
So when we left Egypt, Amalek was killing us from behind. Ambush. But he was hitting us and hitting the ones from behind, stragglers. God remembered that. I said, God remembered that. Okay? So because God remembered that, look what he told Esau. Go ahead,
Now
read.
go and smite Amalek.
He said, go and smite Amalek.
Utterly destroy all that they
Utterly
had.
destroy all that they had.
Spare them not.
Spare them not.
But slay both man and woman,
Man and woman.
infant and suckling,
Infant and suckling.
ox and sheep,
Ox and sheep.
camel and ass.
Camel and ass.
And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Telaim. 200.
Now, what verse you at?
Verse 4.
Verse 4. Now the word for destroy is kedem. Right? It means to destroy. It also means to devote to destruction. It also means to exterminate. A kedem is something that is devoted. These were the devoted things. Don't take of their cattle because they was devoted.
All that stuff.
All that stuff was devoted. So God said, man, don't bring none of that back. I don't want the sacrifices. I don't want the offerings. I don't want none of that came from them because it's a devoted thing. Go ahead, read.
And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Telaim, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. Verse 5. And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Saul said unto the Kenites, go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites.
Okay, now, go ahead, get you down. He said, go depart.
Get you down from among the Amalekites.
Get you down from among the Amalekites.
Lest I destroy you with them.
Lest I destroy you with them.
For you showed kindness to all the children of Israel.
Now, you know how long that was? That was hundreds and hundreds of years. Which means what? The kindness. What is kindness? The word comes from the word kesed, right? Kesed means generous, considerate. Kindness is being selfless. Selfless.
Not selfish.
Not selfish. Not doing it only for self. But when you're selfless, you consider others. When you're selfless, you consider others, right? Caring, compassionate, and unconditionally kind. Somewhat like the word love. It takes time to understand and feel it. Huh? We share love with others through kind acts. That's how you show your love. That's how you show your love. The book shows you and tell you how you show love to one another. I always showed you kindful acts, showed you kindness, but then you turn around and tell me, I hate you. I never loved you, but everything I did was kind acts towards you. You take it and flip it. Huh? Now, you know when the Kenites stem from Jethro, right? And they rode with Israel from in the time of the Exodus, Elim, from Elim on, right? Now, the Kenites stuck with the nation from Elim in the wilderness till in the time of the judges. Till in the time of the judges. So God said that's a kindness. Because I read in Jethro, and me and my brother was going through it, I didn't see the kindness. What kindness was done there? There was no kindness done there. But then as you read on, you see where the kindness was shown towards Israel through the Kenites. When they rode and they stuck by Israel. Whatever Israel went through, they backed them and they stayed there. Wait a minute. You know what that means? You know what it reminds me of? You got to realize that. And this is why I said certain people can't be no beef. You know why? Because when all my brothers was locked up, there was one man here that stuck by my father. I said, we can't forget that. We can't forget that, man. You gonna forget that?
No.
You gonna forget that? Snow. My father said, he said, man, he said, listen, man. You know what he told me? He said, whatever me and this brother go through, he said, don't worry about it. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said, whatever me and this guy go through, he said, don't worry about it. He said, remember that there was a point in time when all of y'all was locked up and the snow was 6 feet. And I was able to wake him up and he'll go to the store in 6 feet of snow wearing moccasins, not boots. Because at that point in time, see, when you're pushing towards God, God's going to allow you and make you do things the wrong way before he opens, because he want to see how fervent and true you are towards God, your determination. So they didn't wear leather. They didn't put on no boots. He had on slippery moccasins. One time, I would say he walking in the snow and he's walking in mud. So he's slipping and running. He's slipping and sliding. He said, yo, man. But then later on, after God seen the determination within my father, he opened his eyes up and showed him the true way of fulfilling these laws. And everything that God showed him, he passed it down. So it's because of my father why we knew certain things. We was taught the right way because God dealt with him. God ain't gonna jump from my father to me. No. God ain't gonna jump. That's right. God ain't gonna jump from Abraham and go to Isaac. No. God ain't gonna deal with Isaac. He's dealing with Abraham right now. When Abraham goes, then it goes down to you. That's how it moves. So go ahead, read.
And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley and said unto the Kenites, go, depart. Get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For you show kindness to all the children.
Okay, now check this out. We got to realize something. He said, get you away from the Kenites, lest I destroy you from them. Right? There was two different words for destroy. In verse 3, it says, kerem, lest I destroy you, destruction, exterminate. Right? This destroy says asa. It don't say kerem. This one says, depart from the Kenites, depart from the Amalekites, lest I remove you forcefully. I can't destroy you. I can't wipe you out. Because you showed kindness. I got to deal with the Kenites different. Even if I feel the way. You got to take your emotions and stuff it. Leave Saul alone, man. He said, man, I can't deal with y'all that way. Even if y'all stubborn up. He said, but I still can't deal with y'all that way. Because I always, even though you don't recognize, you got to be the one to recognize and realize that these people did good to me. Did good to my forefathers. He said, I ain't going to destroy you. To destroy, it means to remove forcefully. And that's how you denote what is righteous from what ain't right. That's righteousness, man. That's righteousness. See, this book teaches us how to think. The book teaches you what type of mind frame we need to have to be accepted by God. And when we don't have this mind frame, you distance yourself away from God. There's a certain mindset that comes with serving God. There's a certain mindset that we need to acquire when we're serving God. Let's read it.
For you showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. Verse 7. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur, that is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword.
Mm-hmm.
But
Took Agag alive, destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword.
But Saul and the people spared Agag.
Saul and the people spared Agag. Read.
And the best of the sheep.
The best of the sheep.
And of the oxen.
The oxen.
And of the fatlings.
The fatlings.
And the lamb.
And the lamb.
And all that was good.
And all that was good.
And would not utterly destroy them.
But they didn't utterly destroy them.
But everything that was vile and refuse, that they destroyed utterly. Then came the word.
Everything that was vile and refuse, things that they didn't want, that could not be used, they destroyed that. But the things that was 100% valuable, they kept it. Now they was not supposed to do that because these things was devoted. It was a devoted thing. So we had to go ahead, read.
Then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel, saying, It repented me that I have set up Saul to be king. God
came to Samuel now. He said, man, it repent me that what?
That I have set up Saul to be
king.
I
done set up Saul to be king. Nakam means to grieve. Great sorrow. Repentant means sincere regret or remorse about, or remorse. Go ahead.
For he has turned back from following me.
Man, he done turned back from following me.
And have not performed my commandments.
And he didn't perform my commandments.
And it grieved Samuel.
And it grieved Samuel.
And he cried unto the Lord.
The word for grieve is chara, means Samuel got angry. He got furious. Why? Because the commandment of God wasn't being kept. I know of a man that got furious and angry when he seen a bunch of abominable people that did not keep the commandment of God. If you really is one with God, you're going to get angry when God get angry. You're going to be angry for God. Because you and I'm one, or because you're one with God. So whatever God is angry with, you're going to get angry with. Whatever God is pleased with, you're going to get pleased with. What God don't accept, you're not going to accept. What God agree with, you're going to agree with. And that's how Samuel was. That's how Samuel was, man. Tom Sheep.
And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul come to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and is going about, and passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou the Lord.
Samuel came to Saul. He said, man, blessed be thou the Lord.
I have performed the commandment of the Lord.
I have performed the commandment of God. Read.
And Samuel said, What meaneth then this bleating of the sheep in mine ears?
He said, why I hear all these sheep? Where all these sheep, these bleating of these sheep I'm hearing, And
the lowing of the oxen which I hear. And Saul said, They have brought them from the Amalekites. For the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God, and the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said unto Saul, Stay. And I will
stay right here. And I'm going to tell you what.
But the Lord has said to me this night.
I'm going to tell you what God said to me this night. Read.
And he said unto him, Say on.
I said, okay, say on.
And Samuel said, When thou wast little in thine own sight, was thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel?
He said, when you was little, he said, I made you head of all the tribes of Israel. Read.
And the Lord anointed thee king.
And the Lord anointed thee to be king over Israel.
And the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, Go and utterly destroy the
Go
sinners.
and utterly destroy the sinners.
The Amalekites.
The Amalekites.
And fight against them. Until they be consumed. Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice
of the Lord? He said, wherefore? He said, why didn't you obey the voice of God? Why didn't you obey the commandment of God? Read.
But didst fly upon the spoil.
But you flew upon the spoil.
And didst evil in the sight of
the
Lord.
And you did evil in the sight of God. Read.
Samuel and Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord, and have gone the way which the Lord sent me.
He still don't see it. He still don't see it. He said, man, I obeyed the voice of the Lord. I did it. You telling someone, yo, man, you did wrong. He said, but I did do good. I did do right. I did. Well, but you did wrong. But I did. Not listening. Go ahead, read.
And have gone the way which the Lord sent me, and have brought Agag, king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites.
See, once we violate the command of God, your mind goes. Now, once your mind goes, then you start conjuring up thoughts and ideas like you're really doing right.
Different type of reasoning.
Your reasoning begin to change. When you start doing things contrary and opposite to what God says, immediate things happens to your mind.
That's a fact.
Your reason starts to change. Your intention starts to change. Your thoughts and your thinking pattern starts to change because it has to switch over. Click, click, switch right over. It have to go according to what you done did. You got to go according to things that you done conjured up in your mind. So now everything done switched over now. Go ahead, read.
Verse 21.
Uh-huh.
But the people took up the spoil, the sheep and the oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God.
He said the people, he put the blame on the people, but you're the king. You are the king, and you are responsible for what the people does. So when the people did it, you did it, because you allowed it.
Yeah.
Read.
And Samuel said, had the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices.
You think God delight in sacrifices and burnt offerings? As in
what? As in obeying the voice of the Lord.
Because if you obey God, then you ain't got to set up no offerings. If you obey God, then you ain't got to set up no sacrifices. I don't have to set up no peace offering. I don't have to set up a sin offering. I don't have to set up a burnt offering. Just obey God. Tom She.
Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice.
To obey is better than sacrifices.
And to hearken than the fat of rams.
Tom She.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
Rebellion is compared. When it says is as the sin of witchcraft, rebellion is compared to a man or to a person doing witchcraft. So when you rebel against God, it's like you're doing witchcraft. It's like you're doing divination and omen and enchantment. What is witchcraft? Quesem. Quesem means divination. Divination means practice of seeking knowledge of the future.
Yeah.
When you go into a person's future and tell, well, you're going to meet a woman and she's going to have a lot of money, and that's divination. That's called witchcraft, right? He says rebellion is as sin of witchcraft.
And stubbornness.
Stubbornness.
Is iniquity and idolatry.
So I looked up the word for stubbornness. The word for stubbornness is patzal. Pei Zadeh Resh. It means stubbornness and it means willfulness. When you do things of your own will, a stubborn person holds on to a view. A stubborn person holds on to the view that you done formulated in your own mind.
Stop.
A stubborn person holds on to the view that you conjured up in your own mind and they refuse to let it go. No matter what you try to show them, that it's not that way. How you viewed it is how you want to keep it. So you want to stick to it. A stubborn person holds on to a view or an attitude, refusing to change to the point of being unreasonable. You hold on to a view and you hold your own attitude, no matter how reasonable the person is trying to show you that it ain't that way. Huh? What is willfulness? Willfulness is a determined desire to do what you want without caring about what God wants. That's willfulness. I don't care about what God wants. I don't care about his laws, his commandments, and statutes. I'm going to do how I feel. And how I feel right now, I'm going to move according to how I feel. Because Go ahead, read.
Because
now, hold up. It says, now go back and read that again.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
Is as the sin of witchcraft.
And stubbornness
is
as iniquity.
It's compared to iniquity. Hold up. Compared to iniquity. The word for iniquity is awain. Awain in the Hebrew is iniquity and idolatry. Now, what is idolatry? Idolatry is the worshiping of idols. Right? The worshiping of idols, extreme admiration, love, or reverence for. You got too much, you admire this too much. You love this too much, and you respect it too much to let it go for the commandments of God. I can't let go of that. No matter how much I tell you that God hated it, I can't let it go. I can't stop doing that. No matter how much time I tell you that God hated it, I can't stop doing it. So now that also goes into a form of idol worshiping, because you can't let go of the things that God hates and despises.
Say it again.
Idolatry. The word idolatry, it means teraphims. Teraphims are what? Domesticated. What does domesticated mean? Huh? You done domesticated a lion. How do you domesticate a lion? You done got him as a pet. You trained him and you got him in a pet thinking he's domesticated until the lion bites you. Leave your hair alone. Until the lion bites you. Huh? Right. Right? So that's what they did with these gods. Domestic gods of human figure. Wait a minute. Are we hearing the definition of teraphims? Teraphims are domestic gods of human figure. What is that? Dolls, G.I. Joes, Transformers, all these toys and action figures that we like to buy for our children. Back in the book, they used those for gods. They used to pray to those things. And these are the things that they had in their houses as teraphims. Okay? But we take it and buy it for our children to play with it. The custom, I said the custom of the teraphims is that the gods would be treated as members of the family and invited to join in meals or be giving offerings of food and drinks. They had these gods at the table like they eating food. Household gods. Small images or cult objects. These objects was used in the cult. Cult objects used as domestic deities or oracles by ancient Semitic people. Okay? Cult objects, an object of religious devotion, veneration, or ritualistic and symbolic value within a system of worship. They use those things in rituals, man. All those symbols and little figures of human-made figures and dolls, they use those things in rituals. That's why when you look at certain movies, God said don't have it. God know why. And you have the witch, you have the warlock, the person that's in witchcraft, he have a doll. The doll is really used. So when they take the doll arm and bend it back, your arm bend back. That's real. Ain't nothing fake about that. Because they take the life of you and put it in that to where, listen, man, those things is real, man. Let's read it.
Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord.
Because thou hast rejected, was it 28?
23.
23?
23, yeah.
Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord.
He hath also.
To refuse to accept. You refuse to accept God. You refuse to accept these laws. Read.
He hath also rejected thee.
So when you reject God, when you despise God, how do you show rejection for God? You turn your back on his laws. So when you turn your back on God's laws, God gonna turn his back on you. So don't get it misconstrued that everything is going good for you. Because you got a good job and everything is going right with you.
Millionaires.
Millionaires. Everything is going good with you. But all these people has rejected God and they despise God. That's their portion. Go ahead, read.
And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned.
Wait a minute. What he said?
I have sinned.
He said, man, I have sinned. I messed up. He got a conscience. I said, King Saul has a conscience. which means he can do better. You can make amends. But sometimes when you go too far, there's no turning back. Sometimes in life, we can reach a certain point in wickedness to where even if we recognize and realize that we did wrong, God don't want to hear it. The door doesn't shut because you done gone too far.
Gone too far, bitch.
You done gone too far. So now God don't even want to hear that. The doors of acceptance is shut for you. That's right. We the same way. Man is the same way. When you keep doing and violating, when you come to me and apologize, it's not accepted because you done violated so many times. God doesn't. Listen, let's read it.
And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned.
He said, man, I've sinned.
For I have transgressed the
He said, I
commandment
have
of the Lord
transgressed the commandment of God.
and thy word.
He said, and your words.
Because I feared the people.
He said, I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Tom Sheep.
Now therefore I pray thee, pardon my sin.
He said, pardon my sin. Why he asking Samuel that? Because he high power. And he know what Samuel say. So when Samuel say, God gonna hearken to him. If anybody can get him back in good favor with God, he said, I know you could do it, Samuel. He said, so please pardon my sin, man. Pardon my iniquity. Look what Samuel told him.
And turn again with me.
He said, come on back with me. That means something. I said, that means something, which means Samuel was not going to walk with him because he was rejected by God. He's already looking at him. He said, man, God rejects you. So I got to get away from you. So King Saul went to him. He said, listen, pardon my sin. Come on, rock with me. Walk with me. Read.
That I may worship the Lord.
That I may worship God. Read.
And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee.
He said, I'm not going to return with you.
For thou hast rejected the word of the Lord.
You rejected the word of the Lord.
And the Lord hath rejected thee.
And God had rejected thee. So when God has rejected you, you don't pray with people like that.
No.
You don't pray with people that God rejects. You don't pray for people that God rejects. You can't pray for everybody. You not no high power like that. You not Abraham. You don't got juice like Moses. Pray for. You better pray for yourself. You know who you can pray for? You pray for your children. You pray for your children. You pray for your parents, huh?
Not for the Cosby Show.
Huh? You don't pray for people that don't acknowledge God. You pray for God. You don't do that, man.
They got their God.
Let's read it.
It says, Samuel turned about to go away. He laid hold upon the skirt of his
mantle. So now
Samuel
is walking away. He grabbed him by the skirt of his mantle.
And
it ripped.
And Samuel said unto him, the Lord hath rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and hath given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thou. And also the strength of Israel will not lie.
The strength of Israel will not lie.
Nor repent.
God. Nor repent.
For he is not a man.
The Hebrew word for repent is not common. It means to change one's mind. He said God would not lie, neither will he change his mind. Tom Sheep.
For he is not a man that he should repent.
He said God is not a man.
Right,
you hear it right there.
He's not a man.
I said God is not a man.
You can't chase him.
Huh? You can't chase him and hang on no tree. Because that's what JC was originally hung on. He wasn't hung on the cross. He was hung on the tree. And anything that was hung on the tree is a curse of God. Go ahead, read.
Verse 30.
Go ahead.
Then he said, I have sinned.
He said, I have sinned.
Yet honor me now.
He pleaded, man. He said, listen, I sinned, all right? I realized that I messed up. He said, but honor me, man. Well, read.
I pray thee, before the elders of my people.
Don't diss me in front of the people. Don't diss me amongst the nation. These are two heads, the prophet and the king. And the people can't see the dissension between two heads. So Saul spoke Saul spoke wisdom. He said, listen, man. He said, honor me now in the sight of the nation. We cannot show disunity in the sight of the nation. Go ahead, read.
Before the elders of my people and before Israel,
Uh-huh.
and turn again with me that I may worship the Lord thy God.
Uh-huh.
So Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul worshiped the Lord.
Uh-huh.
Then said Samuel, bring you hither to me Agag, the king of the Amalekites. And Agag came unto him delicately. And Agag said, surely the bitterness of death is past.
Uh-huh.
And Samuel said, as thy sword hath made woman go childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Samuel hewed Agag in pieces before the Lord in Gilgal.
Mm-hmm.
Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house to Gibeah of Saul. And Saul came no more to see Saul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul, and the Lord repented that he had made Saul.
He said, nevertheless, Samuel cried, felt sorry for him. Felt sorry for him. You see the mindset of the righteous? When people do wrong, he said, man, look at them. They're doing this, they're doing. You're supposed to feel sorry for a prayer. I didn't say pray, but you got to have some type of sorrowful reaction for people when they go astray for God. When they go away and go astray from the commandments and the laws of God because of the mindset that they put themselves in according to the work of their own hands. And I feel sorry for you. Because God don't delight in it. Why do you delight? Why do we delight in the things that God don't delight in? God don't delight in the death of the wicked. But in God's delight is that the wicked change and he turn from his wicked and evil ways. That takes a certain mindset. I don't see that mindset amongst us. I don't see that mindset. Go ahead, read. First, no. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 18. Proverbs chapter 18, when you find it, read it.
Proverbs chapter 18. Through desire, a man having separated himself, seeketh and intermeddleth with all wisdom.
Oh, wait a minute. This is beautiful. He said, through desire, a man having separated himself.
That right there.
A man separates himself according to his desires. You desire God, you're going to start separating yourself from people that don't desire God. Huh?
That's right.
Huh? You're going to separate yourself from people, places, and things because you know God ain't there. This is not righteousness. So you're going to begin to pull away. You're going to begin to pull away. Look, sometimes you agree to do something and then you think, you say, man, what am I doing? What am I doing? I can't do this. Huh? He said, do desire a man having separated himself.
Seek it and intermeddle it with all wisdom.
Seek it and intermeddle it with all wisdom. You know what intermeddle it means? Discourse. That's their conversation. That's what they argue about. That's what they're talking about. Wisdom. Tom Shee.
A fool hath no delight in understanding.
A fool don't got no delight in departing from evil.
No.
Understanding is a departing from evil. Huh? A fool don't have no delight in departing from evil. A fool don't have no delight in turning away from that which is evil.
No.
Huh?
He gets sad.
Huh? He said, but what?
But that his heart may discover itself.
This is deep. He said, but that his heart reveals itself. Wait a minute. When it speaks about the heart, what it's talking about? The mind. Huh? The mind. How you think reveals who you are. I said, how you think reveals who you are. Read that over, man. You ain't get it.
A fool had no delight in
A fool had no delight in departing from evil.
But that's
what understanding is. To depart from evil. To change towards righteousness. He said, a fool had no delight in understanding.
But that his heart may discover itself.
But that his mind may reveal itself. Your mind and how you think reveals who you are. Let's read it.
When the wicked cometh, then cometh also contempt.
Okay. When the wicked cometh, then also cometh contempt. Huh? When the wicked cometh, then cometh also contempt. What is contempt? Booze, bait, shabut, zayin. Contempt meaning feelings that a person is beneath consideration. Huh? These are feelings that stirred up that I don't have to consider you. When what? When the laws of the commandments of God teaches us how to consider each other. I said the laws of the commandments of God teaches us how to consider each other. Huh? Go ahead, read.
When the wicked cometh, then cometh also contempt, and with ignominy, reproach.
This is heavy here.
Oh, wow.
He said, with ignominy cometh reproach. Now, you know what ignominy is? Huh? The Hebrew word for ignominy is qualon. When I looked up qualon in this dictionary, ancient dictionary online that Prince Zachariah gave me, it means public embarrassment. Public shame. Public embarrassment. We do things in the public that bring shame. Do we or do we not do this?
Yes.
Huh? Do we or do we not do this? And who we bring this shame upon? Your parents? Your father and your mother? Huh? God? Huh? Number one is God. And then after God, you bring the shame upon your parents. Because why do you have to continue in this manner? Huh? Now, the reproach, right? What it said, read that again. Ignominy, and with ignominy, reproach. What is reproach? The Hebrew word for reproach is kirpa, right? Kirpa means what? Reproach, to express disappointment in or displeasure in. To express your disappointment in. Be careful about what you so like. Quick to express and say what you don't like. Because what you don't like, God likes it. Huh? Huh? You know what reproach is also? When you blame. Realize this, man, and this is a scientific fact. A scientific fact. When you blame, it creates a fog. When I'm always blaming, it creates a fog that makes it hard, if not impossible, to see the situation from another perspective. When you continue to blame, you don't fog your reason up. You don't fog your brain up. Fog your brain up to where I can't see it from his perspective or from that person's perspective, right? Those who blame tend to have a fragile sense of self-worth. They believe they can't make a mistake or accepting responsibility for something negative will make them flawed. That's what you believe. You think it's going to weaken you or make you flawed. But when you accept and realize that you violated, it straightens you. Because when you realize things that you violated in, I can correct it and get better with God. He said, the words of a man's mouth are as deep waters. Huh? It said the words of a man's mouth are deep waters, wisdom. Read, right? Where we at? All right. And the wellspring of wisdom as a flowing brook. Right? It is not good to accept the persons of the wicked. To accept, nasa means to support. It means to exalt. He says it's not good to support evil. It's not good to support evil. It's not good to support wickedness. Huh? But people, when they do things that's evil, your own brother wants you to side with them and support him in the things that he did because we brothers. No, I can't support you in that because we brothers. Because righteousness don't have friends.
That's right.
Righteousness don't have friends. I gotta be on what is right.
That's right.
I'm on God's side.
That's right.
And God, when you're on God's side, you don't have friends
That's
against
right.
what God said.
That's
You
right.
cannot support evil and wickedness.
That's
You're
right.
wrong, you're wrong.
That's right.
You're wrong, you're wrong.
That's right.
Son, daughter, anybody, you're wrong.
Johnny, Sam,
Come on now.
talk about
And then when you tell a person you're wrong, they get mad at
it.
you.
Get mad.
They get mad at you.
Go long, go, man.
It is not good to accept the person of the wicked verse 5.
It is not good to accept the person of the wicked, to overthrow the righteous in judgment.
To overthrow the righteous in judgment. No, it ain't good, man. It ain't good because God don't overthrow the righteous. God don't condemn the righteous and uplift wickedness. So you can't condemn it. Go ahead, read.
A fool's lip enter into contention.
A fool's lips enter into contention. You know what contention is? Strife, arguments, debates. Why? Because of what the fool said out of his mouth. Now, because of what you said, we're arguing and going back and forth. Because what you said don't make no cotton picking sense. You done caused the argument now. That's why most of the time when you see the argument brewing up, get up and leave. Turn away and leave the conversation alone. Because I don't like getting stirred up in my spirit. Especially on Shabbat. Especially, we don't understand that there's a certain spirit that we need to hold and acquire to attain on this day. It's a certain spirit that goes with this day.
Yes.
Shabbat come, but you got a raunchy spirit. It's a Shabbat. This is the day that it's time to let go.
That's right.
Or whatever it is that you're on to.
That's right.
You talk about things that's going to anger you.
Yeah.
Man, remember that? What's wrong with you, man? Wait a minute, man. All right, good. I agree with you. And the next thing, I'm disappearing. I don't need that spirit on me, brother. You go ahead by yourself. Leave you alone. Let's read it. Where we at? Verse what?
Verse 7.
Uh-huh.
A fool's mouth is his destruction. And
Wait. Go back to 6.
A fool's lips enter into contention.
Enter into discretion.
And his mouth calleth for stroke.
The things you done said is the cause for me jumping in your mouth. You done said something that caused me to jump right in your mouth.
It's physical, man.
Now I gotta get physical because you done said some dishonorable, disrespectful words.
Yeah.
And that's why certain people you can't compensate because the mind will look at you and say, and then start talking about your wife.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Next thing they start talking about your kids. I'm like, yo, bro, we're talking. Why are you talking about my wife? Why are you talking about my children? Why are you saying this to me? I said, yo, bro, and you still maintain your calmness and say, yo, man, watch your mouth. Don't talk to me like that. Let's conversate without you saying spiteful words.
Yeah.
The book speaks about that. How you think it don't? He said a soft answer. What's the word for soft answer? An answer, a soft response.
Yeah.
A soft answer is a soft response. What it does? Turn it away wrath. It pacifies it. It's supposed to. But sometimes when you say a soft response, the person get more riled up. Because I seen it. That works for them. I seen dudes say, all right, man, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have did it. And the guy is still getting more riled. I told you. You think I'll play with you? Wait, easy, man. The guy said, I'm sorry. That's supposed to pacify and calm you. He's backing down.
That more juice.
They give him more juice.
Seeing them pacified.
They give him more fire. More fire and more juice. Most of these words that we read here is for them. We don't move according to that. We don't move like this.
Made him go and make.
Go ahead, read.
A fool's mouth is his destruction,
Uh-huh.
and his lips are the snare of his soul.
His lips are the snares of his soul. The things that you done
Trap
said
you up.
trapped you up. You done trapped yourself.
You don't snitch on
Now,
yourself.
now I'm holding you according to what you said. I'm gonna hold you according to that. Go ahead, read.
The words of a talebearer are as wounds.
The words of a talebearer. The word for talebearer is Nirgan. Nirgan means a mischief maker. Nirgan also means a backbiter. You know what a mischief maker is? You start trouble.
Start trouble.
You just like to see it go down.
A backbiter does what? They say mean or spiteful things about a person when they are not there. You know how many times people done say mean and spiteful things about other people and they ain't around. I go and get someone that's gonna hearken, that thinks the same way you think. And then you start talking, man, you know, brother here, man, he be doing this, man, what's wrong with him, man? What you gonna tell him that? Go tell him how you feel and say, man, listen, I'm gonna talk to you for a minute. Yeah, I will tell you, I did that before. I pop up on his brother, bang. I need to talk to you, man. I need to talk to you. And I'm gonna tell you how I feel. You know why? Because that's what God said to do.
Yeah.
That's how we gotta deal. I'm not gonna go to him and complain about you
Yeah.
Or her.
Yeah.
They go to her too.
Let's read it.
See him and don't say nothing.
And then go down into the words of a talebearer are as worms.
Or
And they
as
go down
wounds.
into the innermost parts of the belly.
Into the innermost part
hurts.
of the belly. It
It
hurts.
does hurt.
Damn, that's how we feel about me.
It does hurt, man.
That's what he said about me. He said, but I don't feel that way about him. I don't think that way about you, but it hurts that the way you think about a person, they don't think the same way about you.
It does hurt.
Tom Sheep,
He also that is slothful in his works
lazy in his work,
is brother to him that is a great waster.
He also that is slothful, lazy in his work, is brother to him that is a great waster. They're all the same.
This is true, man.
Solomon was no joke.
He said a great waster.
Read.
The name of the Lord is a strong tower.
Mm-hmm.
The righteous run into it and is safe.
Mm-hmm.
The rich man's
The name of God is a strong tower. When you run towards it, you run it towards His Lord. You start accomplishing and taking heed to what God said. That's your refuge.
Yeah.
That's your protection.
Yeah.
Let's read it.
The righteous running into it and is safe. The rich man's wealth is his strong city.
The rich man's wealth is what he trusted. That's his strong city. He trusts in his money. He trusts in what he got. Read.
And there's a high wall in his own conceit.
As a high wall in his own imagination. He only dwells according to what he formulated in his mind. And what he formulated in his mind is the only way possible. According to my own pride. Tom Sheep.
Before destruction, the heart of man is haughty.
Before destruction, the heart of man becomes haughty. Before God destroy you, you become proud. Before God destroy you, pride sets in. You hit the peak of pride, and then you drop. God cut you down. Tom Sheep.
And before honor is humility.
Before honor is humility.
Roll
before honor, before you get exalted, before you get picked up, you got to learn humility. You got to learn how to be humble. You got to learn what is meekness. So what is humility? And this is a humility that all our forefathers had.
Yeah.
Right? Low view of one's own importance. It said low view of one's own importance. Why you think God told the king? Because by you being the king and governing the nation, me being the king is going to get to my head. It's going to get to my head. King David wasn't like that.
No.
King David knew he was a king. King David knew he governed the nation. And when Shimei cursed him and cast dust and did all that, look what he told him. He said, leave him alone. Leave him. He said, maybe God told him to curse David. Right? But he remembered it. He said, told King Saul, his Solomon. Remind his son, he said, listen, Solomon. He said, these are people I want you to remember. See, at the father's deathbed, he instructs. And he instructed Solomon. He said, listen, Shimei cursed me with a grievous curse. He said, don't let his warrior head go down to the grave. Right? Now, Solomon could not kill him because of what he did to King David. Because King David told him, thou shalt not die. He said, nah, leave him alone. He said, you ain't going to die for that. He said, but, he said, sanctions. Said sanctions. He said, don't leave Jerusalem. When you leave, the day that you leave Jerusalem, he said, I'm going to kill you.
Probation.
His servants left. It was told Shimei that his servants left. He goes and run after his servant to bring him back. When he came back, he said, why you broke your oath? He said, why you broke your oath? Now, he didn't swear. He agreed to it. Don't agree to nothing that you can't fulfill. Because when you agree to something that you can't fulfill, you swore to it. You don't have to say, I swear. All you got to do is agree to it. That's why every time my father used to come, hey, what time you coming? I don't know what time I'm coming because I don't want to say what time I'm coming, and I don't make it at that designated time. He laughed every time. I said, "Albert, you trying to get me, huh? You trying to trap me up?" He started cracking up, laughing.
He said, "You on point."
He said, I said, "But I'm coming back. I'm not gonna say what time." He said, "All right, son. I'll see you later." But anything you agreed to, you swore to it. Right? Okay, low view of one's own importance. A feeling or an attitude that you have, right? No special importance that makes you better than others.
Humility.
That's humility. You're not going to voice that. You're not going to say, well, I'm better than you. The humbleness and the humility in you not going to allow you to say that.
That's right.
Whether it's true or not.
Whether it's true or not. I know I'm better than you because I serve God. Ezra knew he was better than them because he served God. Abraham knew he was better than them because he served God. Isaac knew he was better than them because he served God. Jacob knew he was better than them, but because they served God. But did these man them ever said it? No. God had to say it. The angel had to come to Ezra and say, don't couple yourself with the people. Let God tell you that. It's called modest. That's right. That's right. Learn the ways of God, man. Learn what humility is. Because when you do things like that, pride sets in.
Yeah.
When you do things like that, pride sets in. Then when your pride sets in, it clouds your judgment, it clouds your eyes, it puts a fog in your brain to where your reasoning goes. You can't serve God with pride, and you can't serve God with vanity. Let's read it.
He that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is folly.
He that answereth a matter. What verse you at?
Verse 13.
Go ahead. Oh, he that answereth
a matter before he heareth it.
Before you hear it, it's folly and shame. You didn't allow me to finish. You ain't hear the whole conclusion. You already took this little small piece and you're ready to run with it. Hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Tom She.
It is folly and shame unto them.
Uh-huh.
The spirit of a man will sustain his infirmity.
This is deep. Mm-hmm. The spirit of a man will sustain his what?
His infirmity.
His infirmity. Sustain, right? Yekal. He said the spirit of a man will maintain his infirmity. The spirit of a man will hold his infirmity. When you look up infirmity, it says machale. The spirit of a man maintains and holds his wickedness. The spirit of man naturally holds on to wickedness. Okay, let's read the rest.
But a wounded spirit.
The only way that your spirit won't hold on to wickedness, your spirit has to be broken.
Yourself. I told you.
Understand the words now. I The only reason why, we hold on to wickedness and evil is because we don't have a broken spirit. In order to let go of evil and wickedness, your spirit has to be broken. Okay? Yo, when I read that, man, I said, Solomon was a bad man.
Broke it down.
I said, Solomon was a bad man. Now you can look around on the outside looking in, according to what you read, and see if a person is able to let go of certain things. Yo, man, Solomon was a bad man. Solomon was a bad man. Stand on the outside and say, man, this guy ain't letting go. His spirit is still holding on to the evil and the wickedness, and he won't let it go. Right? Go ahead.
But a wounded spirit,
a broken spirit, who can bear?
can't carry that.
A broken spirit, nasa. I say yesaena. It means who can bear. A broken spirit will forgive. I said a broken spirit will forgive. A broken spirit will let go. A broken spirit can get over it. Man, listen, man. Man, listen, man. Man, listen. Now we can really see whether if our spirit is really broken or not, depending on what you hold on to, depending on if you're able to let go of certain things. That's deep, man. Solomon was a bad man. Tom Sheep.
The heart of the prudent getteth knowledge.
The heart of the prudent. The heart, led. Well, anytime it speaks about the heart, it's talking about the mind, talking about the will. It's talking about the inner person. The inner man is a person, true what? True or internal mind, soul or nature. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And the ear of the wise seeketh knowledge.
Read that over, verse 15.
The heart of the prudent getteth knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeketh knowledge.
Okay. Now, again, the heart, the mind, the will, the inner man is a person, true or internal mind, soul or nature, or will. Will is the desire, what you desire, your inclination or choice you make in life. All right? Go ahead, read.
A man's gift maketh room for him.
A man's gift, according to what you give and how you give and give and give. Say, man, people gonna look out. They're gonna come, make room for you. They're gonna look out for you. Because you give it.
And bringing him before great men.
That's what's gonna elevate you. That's what's gonna leave you in. Go ahead, read.
He that is first in his own cause seemeth just.
That's deep. He that is first in his own cause seemeth just. You know what that means? The one who states his case first seems right. The one who comes and bring it. Anytime a person, the first person to call the cops lean towards them because you called first.
Run along.
You called first. Huh? Read that over.
It's true.
He said, he that is first in his own cause seems just. You think he's right. It seems like he's right.
But his neighbor cometh and search it.
But his neighbor coming and search it. You know what's the word for search? It says chakwa. It means the neighbor come and he investigate. I'm not going to lean towards what you say because you came to me with the problem.
Right.
I still gotta investigate the matter.
Let me find out.
I gotta find out what took place. I gotta hear both sides of the coin. All right, let's read it.
The lot causeth contentions to cease.
You know what the lot is? The lot was used for systematically making decisions. They took that lot. Once they cast the lot, whatever that lot falls on, it was right. It was right, man. Tom Sheep. The lot causes contention, causes strife, causes debate and arguments to cease. Yeah. Because whatever that says, we're going by that. The argument stops. The argument stops, which means certain things supposed to dead the argument. Certain things said, certain things that said, certain ways that people have. Or when you take the argument and the person of higher degree or in authority say stop, we gotta stop. It ceases. It stops. Don't forget yourself, man. When we get too besides ourselves, man. Go ahead, read.
The lot causing contentions to cease and parted between the mighty.
Parted between them causes separation. Go ahead, read.
A brother offended is harder to be won than a strong city.
A brother offended is harder to be won than a strong city because you done said things, offensive words to the brother.
Okay.
We too close for that.
So now, okay,
Okay.
I forgive and I let it go. But just what? Best to believe that the brother still is thinking. He got to hear.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I talked to you and I'm letting it go and it ain't nothing, but it's still there. So therefore, it's only distance. They put more distance
That's
because I don't want to get offended by you no more.
That's right.
And I can't take it there with you like that.
That's
I
right.
can't pass this level with you. So therefore, I gotta back up.
Listen,
I gotta keep distance because the only one considering is you. You're not considering that we are brothers and we're family, and there are certain things that brothers don't say to each other.
Yeah.
I said there's certain things that brothers don't say to each other,
That's right.
whether you're angry or not,
That's
for
right.
crying out loud.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on now.
That's right.
There's certain things that brothers don't do to each other. Uh-huh.
We get this.
and their contentions are like the bars of a castle.
What verse you at?
I'm at 29.
Go ahead.
A man's belly shall be satisfied with the fruit of his mouth.
A man's belly shall be satisfied with the fruit of his own mouth. You darn right.
Oh yeah, it's gonna taste good.
Oh yeah. The fruit of his own mouth. You done got to work and bought this, man. It don't taste, it's nothing more sweeter than that. Go ahead, read.
And with the increase of his lips shall he be filled.
Uh-huh.
Death and life are in the power of the tongue.
Death and life are in the power of the tongue. You can say certain things that brings death. You can say certain things that brings life, that brings good to you. Be careful of your speech and the things that you say out of your mouth.
That's right.
We got to be careful. We got to watch our words.
Yeah.
Why do we continue to just speak just irrational and just outspoken? And why do you know why we do things like that? Because we get too emotional. We get too emotional. We get angry. We get tight. Our emotions get the best of us, and we start talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. Not worried about or being circumspect if I'm hurting this person. If the concept, because listen, you can say certain things that can mark a person's brain.
That's right.
This is scar your brain.
You can scar a person's brain with the words of your mouth.
That's right.
He said, man, well, why you said that about me?
That's how you feel.
And then next thing, that's how you really feel about me? The next thing, the person leaves like, yo, I'm good, man. Walk away in tears. Because, man, my goodness. My goodness. Look, Jacob heard the words that what Laban's sons were saying. And because, and the treatment, and because of that, what Jacob did? He said, all right. He said, listen, the countenance of your father is not the same with me like in the beginning, like before. Which means the countenance can tell you a lot.
Right.
Just watch a just watch a monkey face,
Yeah.
and you will tell whether you are in good favor or you are out of favor.
That's right.
The face, you can't hide that.
That's true.
Look, sometimes you go to the pen and say, hey man, shalom. Say, shalom. Give it. Say, wow, what's wrong with him? What did I do that caused this man to react with me this way? He said, all right, cool.
Sometimes they don't say nothing.
Sometimes they don't say nothing and walk right by.
That's how it goes.
Tom C.
Death and life are in the power of the tongue,
Uh-huh.
and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof.
They that love it, oh my goodness. You love death, death is going to come to you.
You calling it to me.
You're calling it to yourself.
You calling it.
Life
You are
is
power.
you're gonna, whatever you call to yourself is going to come to you. Okay, Tom C.
Right. Whoso findeth a wife, findeth a good thing.
Whoso findeth a wife, findeth a good thing. You're darn right.
Yes, it is.
That's a good thing. Ain't nothing evil about that. She's a reflection of you. We are one. We are one. That's my counterpart. That's my rib. That's my wife. So you think I'm not supposed to consider her feelings? You think I ain't supposed to consider her feelings and how she feel and defend her? Huh?
That's right.
And I'm not going to side. Look. Sometimes family offend your wife.
That's true.
And when your wife get offended by family, I'm not siding with family. I'm going to side with my wife because me and her is one. You offend her, you offend me, John.
That's right.
You offend her, you offend me, and I stand on that. I stand on that, man.
That's right.
So, because of my love for you, and because I consider you, I'm not going to offend your wife. Tom She.
Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing. And
Whoso
obtaineth.
findeth a wife, find it a good thing. You're darn right, it's a good thing. Listen, the wife, look, I miss having the wife. Listen here. When you have a wife, you're able to go to work and do what you got to do in the streets. So when you come home, they say happy wife, happy home, whatever the call you call it. The house clean, mop. Her duty, they ain't no light duty. Food is cooked. I ain't got to go out and come home and then come home and cook. No, food is cooked already. Hey, wifey, that's a comfort. You be like a cool man, babe. I got what you want to eat. What you want to eat, husband? I got this cook, this cook, and this cook. Then sometimes when you come home, you don't feel like cooking, and you start popping in microwave dinners because you're tired from work. You miss the home cooked meal. The floors ain't getting mopped. Table in the kitchen is full of stuff. The living room, the room inside got clothes all over. Hey, let's go to a nigga house and you tell whether he got a wife or not.
That's what they call a bachelor's pad. That's what they call a bachelor's
Just go
pad.
to a man's house and you will know whether he have a wife or not. Because certain things is going to be done in a certain way.
Yeah, the woman gonna keep it clean.
The woman keep everything situated. Please don't come to my house. No, I keep my house clean. I clean my house. Let's read it.
He findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor of
You
the Lord.
obtain favor from God. Listen, man. What God said. He said, man, it ain't good for Adam to be alone. It ain't good for Adam to be alone.
Wasn't a good thing.
Huh? It's not a good thing for Adam to be alone. He said, therefore, he gave him a what? A wife. A etzed, kinegdo. A help. A help me. So she helps me meet my obligations. Huh? Tom She.
The poor use it in treaties.
This is heavy here, man. I said
It's
the
true.
poor use it in treaties. Okay? The word for use it is dabad, right? The poor speaks or declare of entreaties, right? What is entreaties? The word entreaties is kanun. Huh? Well, wait a minute, man. The poor speaks or declare of mercy, humbleness, supplications. Huh? Go ahead. But the
rich answer it roughly.
The rich answer, man, please, go ahead. I said, man, you ain't got to answer them like that, man. Man, you ain't got to talk to them like that, man. This is true and this is facts. What is wrong with us, man? Why can't we get rid of this animalistic mentality? Why we can't get rid of this animalistic behavior? This mentality, because it's a mentality that's taking us down. It's a mentality, man. We got to stop this, man. Go ahead, Tom She.
A man that has friends must show himself friendly.
A man that has friends must show himself friendly. Right. So I got friends. I got to show myself friendly. I got to show myself friendly in order to regain this friend when I'm having a friend, which means what? I got to let my guard down. I got to let my guard down and show myself friendly, open my arms. Now it's up to the God that I'm open my hands to accept it, and he open his arms. Reciprocate. A mutual feeling. A mutual agreement. Now when I humble myself and open my arms and I get stabbed in my hand, now I know I can't open up no more. Let's go to Psalms chapter 25. Got it? Time sheet.
Psalms 25. Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. O my God, I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul.
Let me not be ashamed.
Let me not be ashamed. Let me not be ashamed. What does it mean to be ashamed? Feeling of shame. When you have strong regrets of the wrong that you did to God and man, that's when you're supposed to be ashamed of your wrongdoing. When you are not embarrassed of the wrong that you did towards your own fellow man, to your own neighbor, people are not embarrassed.
No.
And they don't have that guilty conscience because they're wrong and strong in the things that they do. You want to do things, be wrong in it, and still hold fast in the things that you do. You can't serve God, man.
Right.
Let's read it. Go ahead.
Let not mine enemies triumph over me.
Uh-huh.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed.
He said, let none that wait on thee be ashamed.
Let them be ashamed which transgress without a cause.
Let them be ashamed that transgress without cause. Right? Transgress without cause. The word in the Hebrew is boged, bogedim, requiem. Right? He said, let them be ashamed that transgress in vain. When you sin in vain for nothing. Tamshi.
Show me thy ways, O Lord.
Show me thy ways, O Lord. Because if God don't show you, you're not going to know it. God got to show you his ways. God got to show you his truth. God got to show you the laws of how to perform these laws correctly. Right? When God show you his ways, he direct and guides you towards the right and correct way. He guides you towards the right and correct way, not allowing you to follow your own wanton ways. Okay? Now, it says in Isaiah 55, let the wicked forsake his ways, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. So when you're pursuing righteousness, I got to forsake these filthy, dirty ways, and I got to forsake the way I think. I got to change the way I think to be right with God, right? The only way to do that is by reading the book. Listen, the book, when you read that book, it changes your thinking pattern. It changes the way you think, but it takes time. It's not something that happens immediately. I said it takes time, right? He said the only way to do that is by reading the book with a willing heart to change. Then you will learn the ways of the Creator and the way he thinks. But you need a willing heart to do that which is lawful and right by God. You gotta want, you gotta have the desire to do that which is right by God. Tom Sheep.
Oh Lord, teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth.
Oh Lord, teach me thy path.
Lead me in thy truth and teach me. For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all.
A lot of people say, I said, man, how long you been living in the laws? He said, what you mean, the truth? He said, what you mean, how long I've been living in the truth? God called it that. He said, this is the truth. This is the truth. He said, how long you been raised in the truth? This is the truth.
Not the church.
Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercy.
Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercy.
And thy loving kindness.
Your loving kindness.
But they have been
ever of old.
Remember not the sins of my youth.
Remember not the sins of my youth.
Nor my transgressions.
Nor my transgressions.
According to thy mercy, remember
According to thy mercy, remember thou me.
For thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord.
Good and upright is the Lord.
Yeah.
Tob where Yashai. Tob means what? Good. What is good? Good is being agreeable with God. That's the goodness. I said, that's the goodness when you agree with God. People got the definition of what good is. Good is what God said is good. What is upright? Straight, honest, straight, honest, or just. You got to stop calling good evil and vice versa. Stop calling good evil and stop calling evil good.
All right.
Huh?
It doesn't make
To be just means what? Conforming or agreeing or adapting oneself. What does adapt mean? To adapt is to change your thoughts, to change your ideas in order to deal with the circumstances. I must change the way I think to deal with certain situations. Because if I don't have that mindset, I'm not going to deal with it according to what God says. Okay? Tom Sheep.
Good and upright is the Lord. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment.
The meek will he guide in judgment. Meekness is submitting to the will of God.
Yeah.
That's meekness. That's a part of meekness. We got to submit to what God said. Tom Sheep.
And the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth.
The ways of God is mercy and truth.
Mercy and truth.
That's the path of the Lord. Unto such as keep his covenant with his testimonies. Tom Sheep.
And unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies.
Mm-hmm.
For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord?
What man is he that fears God?
Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose.
So God is only going to teach the ones that fear God.
That's right.
God is only going to open your eyes to his laws if you show fear, if you're afraid of violating his laws, commandments, and statutes. And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker. Oh, one more thing I wanted to say. Right? It says a wholesome tongue, a wholesome tongue. Huh? A wholesome tongue is a soothing tongue, a healing tongue. It brings a calming effect. It means you know the right words to calm the person down. You know the right words to use to pacify his anger. That's what a soothing tongue is. It reduces pain. I'll go to Proverbs 50. I always want to hit one more spot. It reduces pain. That's what a soothing tongue does. Huh? It soothes, it reduces the pain and the discomfort, and it brings relief. It makes you feel better. It's like an ointment. Huh? Go ahead. Now go ahead, verse 4.
You said Proverbs 15.
Proverbs 15.
Oh, 15.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, read it from the top.
A soft answer turneth away
You're
wrath.
right about that.
Yeah.
A soft response turns away wrath.
Right.
Go ahead.
But grievous words stir up anger.
What is grievous words? Grievous words are painful words. Grievous
Hurtful
words are hurtful words. You say things to hurt the person's feelings. You say things to hurt the man's feelings. It's irksome and it irritates and it annoys. Those are grievous words. Tom Sheep. And you expect the person not to get angry after you telling me all these words? Tom Sheep.
The tongue of the wise useth knowledge aright.
The tongue of the wise is good. The word for use it is te'tiv. The tongue of the wise is good. Right? Go ahead.
But the mouth of fools poureth out foolishness.
The tongue of the wise is good knowledge. He said, but the mouth of the fools speak out foolishness. Go ahead.
The eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good.
Uh-huh.
A wholesome tongue is a tree of life,
A
but
wholesome
perverseness.
tongue is a tree of life. You know what that is? The tree of life gives life. You eat that tree of life, you're going to live forever. That's what God compared a wholesome tongue to. Go ahead.
But perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit.
Perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit. The word for perverseness is selef. Selef means perverse, right? Perverse means what? Deliberate and obstinate desire to behave in a way that is unacceptable, often in spite of consequences, contrary to what is accepted of God. That's perverse. And with that, I got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail, Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to chief men, princemen, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters, visitors. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
And at this moment, would you please rise and repeat after me? And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of
Thou
bondage.
shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them
and showing mercy unto thousands of them
that love me
that love
and
me
keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh
is
day
the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor the stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them is,
the sea and all that in them is,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land
that thy days may be long upon the land
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder,
Thou shalt not murder,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
or anything that is thy neighbor's.
Simple, you may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountains smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay, we're going to move straight forward. 2 Kings chapter 9.
Say it again.
2 Kings chapter 9. In Leviticus chapter 18, God commanded the children of Israel, he said, after the manna, all right, of Egypt, you cannot do. after the doings of Canaan, where you about to go, you can't do. Meaning, how these people live their regular, simple, everyday life.
You can't live there.
You can't do it either. It's a whole new world learning about God and his commandments and his ways. Okay? He told them, you're going to see stuff people doing where we about to go. That's why I want you to kill all the Canaanites. You're not strong enough to be around these people and hold it. Because I see what I had to do with you guys in the wilderness. The tests, all those were tests. He said, 10 times you provoked me, man. And you know, every 10 times, that's when people died. That's when the people that ran to Baal and ran off, golden calf, whatever they did in the wilderness against God, down the murmuring, they died for it.
That's right.
And he said, all of you that are left alive this day, you stuck to me. You stuck to whatever I commanded you, whatever Moses commanded you that I commanded, you stuck to it. That's why you guys are alive today and are able to go into the land. And when y'all get in the land, y'all can't bring back up the stuff that y'all learned in Egypt. And the stuff that they doing here, you can't do it. All right? And we're going to read about certain things that people do, men do, women do, as groups, solo, all right? Read.
2 Kings chapter 9. And Elisha the prophet called one of the children of the prophets and said unto him, Gird up thy loins, and take this box of oil in thy hand, and go to Ramoth Gilead. And when thou comest thither, look out there, Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, and go in, and make him arise from among his brethren, and carry him to an inner chamber.
He said, Jehu, the son of Nimshi. He said, he said, don't say nothing to nobody. Take this anointing oil. That oil is what they use to anoint kings with.
That's right.
All right? He said, take this and go look for this man. He was the son of Nimshi. Jehu, the son of Nimshi.
Right.
Read.
Then take the box of oil and pour it on his head and say, Thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king.
Go up to him and take him to the side. Certain things ain't for everybody. Take him to the side and anoint him king right then and there. That's how we became kings. But who did this? Who did the anointing? Who's the one that was designated? You can't pour the anointing oil on yourself.
No.
The prophets.
Right.
The prophets. Those are automatically men of God.
That's right.
The prophets.
That's right.
Who consecrated Aaron? Moses.
Moses.
The prophet. He said he ain't like none. He said no other prophet is like Moses, who I talk to face to face. So once there ain't no prophets around, there's nobody to keep the kings in line. There's nobody to, when the king going out of line, God sent nature to check him. Because the people can't check him.
No.
And then it came to a point in time where the prophet checked him and the king killed him. Zachariah, his name was Zachariah, a prophet named Zachariah. He was the son of the priest Jehoiada.
Right.
And this same Jehoiada was the one that brought up the king and saved the king's life, Joash.
Right.
Your father do me good and save my life, and then I turn around and kill you because you telling me, thus save the Lord. That's it got to that point. So God said, all right, y'all don't kill my prophets. Kill the priest. Nobody's going to have business no more. I'm not going to nobody tell nobody nothing. Y'all on your own. And the place where I record my name, I will allow heathens. I will allow heathens to go in there and do what they want because you're not doing your job. So don't get mad. Oh, look at them. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. They wasn't doing what they were supposed to do, and you're still not doing it. Time sheet.
Thus said the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel. Then open the door and flee and tarry not.
He said, this is what it's a group of people. Come, hey brother, let me talk to you. Go over here. I said, thus say the Lord God is anointed you king. What? Nobody's seen it. We want to know what we are in there talking about. We don't know what's going on. Y'all don't know. Then you just see me rushing out of here. Everybody go say, let's go see what happened. Let's go see what happened here, man. He probably killed them. That's how the prophets move. And the prophets move that way on command with God. One prophet, somebody said, man, go and tell that guy. But on your way, don't greet nobody.
Yeah.
Word, don't say nothing.
Don't say nothing to nobody. Even if they greet, if a person say, hey, shalom, you got to keep it moving because you are going to mess up whatever God is sending you for to do it with. Okay? It's going to jam his spirit. And he's not going to be able to say, thus saith the Lord, and then go down.
Right.
This is the connection that's different. There's no rule book for being a prophet. God tell these guys to do certain things as examples for the children of Israel. And they bear a lot of the burdens of the people.
Right.
Yeah, the prophets. And the people run them down. We're going to read about one woman who chased them and had a all-out APB. You know what an APB is, right? When cops got a warrant out for you. That's what an APB is. Okay? All post bulletin, that's right. In the police center, whatever's on that bulletin, if your picture on that bulletin, you are wanted.
It's in every precinct.
It's in every precinct. These are the most wanted guys. Okay? That's right. So they did the same thing to prophets. And this one, they didn't have pictures. Go by your words. Anybody come on saying, thus saith the Lord, wipe him out. It got to that point. So God took these guys away. So, okay, no more prophets, no more kings, no more priests, no place for them to officiate.
Mm-hmm.
How am I have a priest and there's no place where God chose to place his name there? If there's a priest alive today, your job is to atone for our sins. And we just don't do them. What's the word? Start with a P. Presumptuously.
Presumptuous.
All they got to do is not do it presumptuously. But he said if a person erred, certain things they erred in. And when they found out, because they were in ignorance of, when they found out, it was cleared up. There was atonement made. They made peace with God. Everything. All that is wiped out. So the best thing to do is stop. Be truthful with yourself. First of all, do you really want to be here? Ask yourself that question really truthfully and answer it, okay? If the answer is no, why are you wasting your time?
Yep. Jamming yourself.
Because all those that feel that way don't last. There's always a reason to get you out of here and got you living different.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Listen to what I'm saying. I've seen a lot come and go.
Mm-hmm.
Strong.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot come and go, man. But they really didn't want to be here. It was for another situation. Some brothers joined because they thought it was a gang. Because there was a time we were strong in the streets. Okay? We was the ones controlling anything going on in the street. We was the ones that you can't come here robbing old ladies. And we ran there at a certain time. So a lot of brothers from the hood joined up for protection. I know. I was there when they joined up. I was there when they cried because heathens had pressure on them. Now you over here, you good. Now you have women. The woman joined because of the man that they with. If that man is Muslim, she gonna be Muslim. If that man's a Christian, she gonna be Christian. If that man's a 5%er, she gonna be a 5%er. If he's American, she gonna be American. So if he's Israelite, she gotta be Israelite too. Do you really want to be here? Have you fully accepted this? Do you want to go into the unknown of righteousness? Because you don't know what righteousness is. People go into the unknown of darkness. Go into the unknown of righteousness. You don't know. Except question yourself. Don't question this book. I'm getting tired of people questioning everything they hear coming out of this book, coming out of this law,
Why?
coming out of the prophet's mouth. Everything that came out of the prophet's mouth, God said it. And everything in the first 5, and everything that is in the first 5, God said it. God told us about Abraham. God described us, the narrative of the story. He left out details that's not our concern. Let's stop trying to be analysts and authors. And let's do, what he said, man? Why don't we do a little bit of righteousness?
Right.
Why don't we do that? Let's follow the laws of God. Never mind the beginning creation. This is what's driving y'all crazy. This is y'all, you never knew this. All of the creation is not going to be explained to you.
Right.
Take it for what it says, leave it there. There was nothing there. God said, appear as in a name, and it appeared in a name, and then he took it and he placed it. That's it. Leave this alone. Keep things straight. You, when it comes to God, everybody want to be an analyst. Everybody want to be a scientist. Everybody want to teach. They don't study. They don't know how to study. People don't know how to pray. But you won't allow yourself to sit down and learn. That's the problem. You came here with too much pride. Or you was brung up in it with too much pride.
Right.
The man done told y'all about yourselves, about how our heart works with or against God. He just gave it to y'all. Did you get it? I got it. I've been got it. Did y'all get it? Every week he comes and he explains it more and more, easier for you to understand. The prophets say it one time. If you ain't get it, you ain't getting it. Yeah. Y'all too spoiled. That's what my pops used to say. Y'all too spoiled. Y'all have that. Y'all in here in this country, everything's handed to you. Everything is handed to you. You need an explanation. You need an answer. You need an excuse. You need to know why. That's why you can't follow God. That's why. That's why. Tom Sheep.
So the young man,
Uh-huh.
even the young man, the prophet,
Uh-huh.
went to Ramoth Gilead.
Uh-huh.
And when he came, behold, the captain of the host was sitting. And he said, I have an errand to thee, O captain. And Jehu said, unto which of all of us? And he said, to thee, O captain. And he arose and went unto the house, and he poured the oil on his head, and said unto him, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I have anointed thee king over the people of the Lord, even over Israel. And thou shalt smite the house of Ahab thy master.
Look, this is a personal commandment from God. Beside the commandments he already been living. You see, this is where Saul had messed up at. Saul was living correctly. He wasn't no evil dude. He had a direct command, a direct order. That Abraham, God told Isaac, your father Abraham obeyed my commandments, my laws, my statutes, and my ordinance, my judgments, and also his voice, his charge, and his orders. That's also in there. Those things are personal, like your mother and father. Those are commandments. Whatever they got, you got to follow the commandments of God and their set of commandments too. What they don't like and all that. It's a lot of pleasing you got to do. So you can't have pride serving your parents or God. You can't. You have to know how to shut it down.
Monkey.
There are times when you're going to feel you right. You got to shut it down.
Monkey.
You're not a man if you can't control your emotions, where it's supposed to be channeled at, from who and around and where you at.
Monkey.
You couldn't do what you wanted to do in the congregation of the Lord back then. It'll kill you. It will kill you. I couldn't bring in whatever I wanted. I can't say, well, look, we ain't using these books no more. We're going to use these new revised books. You die. Somebody's going to grab you up and get you out of here because this is not the order. We change the order of things so much. You set your own order, then you go and you change your own order. That's how bad and wicked we are. We don't like order. We don't like righteousness. We don't like what to be told to do. We don't like to be commanded. We always got a problem. We always got a complaint. And we always, what that is? A murmur. You don't want to listen to nobody. That's your problem. Because this stuff is easy. Once you start doing it, and whatever you accept becomes easy. Whatever you accept becomes easy.
That's right.
Doubt what I just said. Whatever you accept becomes easy. You didn't know how to smoke cigarettes, but you kept doing it, and now you know how to smoke cigarettes.
Right.
You wasn't a drinker, but you kept drinking. Now you know how to drink somebody under the table. You accepted.
Right.
You kept going to it. You accepted. You kept going, and you got used to it. Your spirit, everything, and now you're the king in that. But it ain't right before God. I use drinking and smoking as an example.
It's relatable.
Stop, and that's another thing. People read this book and put words that's not in there and take words out that belong in there. So expect the same thing to happen with us. You are going to say something, and somebody's going to take it and twist it because they do it with God. If they do it with God, you know what to expect from people.
Right.
Okay? I always say practice make perfect. How I deal with my parents and my brethren, my family, and the people who I say I love depends on how I deal with God and these commandments and how far and how much I love these commandments.
That's right.
Practice does make perfect. That is a proverb that is true. Okay, Tom Sheep.
And thou shalt smite the house of Ahab thy master,
Smite him.
that I may avenge the blood of my servants, the prophets.
I got to get blood back. I want my get back. That's what God said. This guy killed my servants. He killed my man. He killed this guy said, my shooter, nigga killed my shooter. Right or wrong. You hear that in the street. This guy killed my man. Look, okay, that's how God feels. These guys was on my side. And you killed them because they was on my side, so you know I'm coming for you. He said, look, man, kill that dude, smite everything. Tell she.
In the blood of all the servants of the Lord at the hand of Jezebel. For the whole house of Ahab shall perish.
Wait. He said, thou smite the house of Ahab, your master. See, that's the only time someone was allowed to rise up against their master. God, when God totally cut and intervened, there's no sin. Okay? Because if God didn't tell him that, he ain't gonna do that. And he don't have to be your father. Once this guy's your master, he might as well be your father. So, hey, you ain't gotta agree with me, because see, certain ways of the heathen we need to attain to. You see them Chinese people? You see the Oriental people? The one thing they got is honor. If I'm your teacher, I don't have to be your father. But you see those karate films? Teacher! Sometimes the teacher smack them. And he goes, teacher! And they bow to their teacher. You ain't got to bow to nobody. Well, I'm just saying. Follow the title that is given to a person that you call them by. And give them theirs. Stop being so prideful. Because I don't care what you do. What you don't see, the teacher gonna see. The prophet gonna see. The head gonna see. The father, your father is gonna see. The sons ain't never gonna see it.
That's right.
I gotta believe what my father say. Practice make perfect. Now, when I read what God say, it's easy for me to believe it.
That's right.
Because God can do anything. There's no limit. There's no such thing as a limit or an extent of what God does or can do or will do or has done.
That's right.
Do you understand that?
That's right.
But once you start believing this, anything God tell you, it sounds out of the ordinary or strange, but you're going to believe it. But guess what? Abraham was so different. He did not need any of that. Think about it. Then later on, the people, they needed it.
Right.
He presented himself to the people the same way he presented himself to Abraham. But that man, his whole spirit was very unique, man. There was none other like it on this planet since him. That's why he said follow him and follow his wife. Certain things that they did in here, y'all go against it. Y'all want to celebrate certain days, but y'all don't make parties and make a celebration when the child is being weaned.
Because you ain't busy.
There's more birthday parties in Israel today than no weaning party. And we got a lot of babies. There's always babies. Always teenooks coming through. Always man-child coming through to get circumcised. Why nobody rent the hall and get throw a big party? That's when you do it. But we always want to hold a big party for days. Yes, you did, brother. Yes, you did. Very commendable. I remember that. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Your Abba did too. You know what I'm saying? You do a big joint. You do a feast. That's what Abraham did. He threw a feast when his son was coming off the breast. It's an occasion. Why don't you ask, well, why do they do that? You don't care about that because your mind is heathen and your heart is strange. And until you and me, us, realize that and accept that fact, then you're going to do something about it. You're going to get mad at yourself. I'm letting y'all know that's going to be the drive. You get mad at yourself. But if you please yourself, you can't serve God. Because you're going to be pleasing the evil side of you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, you know like that? They love that. They love that. Get away from that day. If you could get away from that day, you could conquer all those heathen holidays, because that's the number one.
Right.
That's the number one holiday of devil worshipers. It's about you.
Okay.
It's about you.
Nobody else.
It's your day. That is evil. The only day you dedicate yourself to is today, the Shabbat, the separated day of God. And when he created the heavens and the earth, on the seventh day, he ceased from his work. And he blessed and he hallowed that day. He commemorated that day. This is a memoriam. And this is why the actions of our movements are during the week. We do labor, we do this, we do that. Shabbat, shut down. Now, this spirit that we attain on the Shabbat, we're supposed to have all day, all week.
That's right.
So if you cut it down today, you ain't got no chance to spread. This is why we transform so quick. So, man, I'm supposed to be thinking like this. I'm supposed to be like this. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I will be able to remember the Shabbat. Nobody will forget the Shabbat.
All right.
Nobody will forget. Oh, man, when is Passover coming? Oh, it was yesterday. Oh, wow, I didn't know. I ate bread. You've been around for 7 years. We ain't got no excuse, man. That's why my Abba is known for getting on brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's known for
They
getting
don't like
on.
that. They don't like that.
Yeah? No, they don't like it, but they accept it. I've heard men accept it. Say, you know what? Right, Chief. Because their pride is so high, that's the only person they admitted it to.
Right.
I seen it. I've been watching guys in Israel for a long time.
Right.
I've been watching. You know, man, I see. I've been. No, I've been watching you since I've been here.
Right.
It's a difference.
Right.
Mama put me on, so I've been watching you guys from here up.
That's a difference.
It's a big difference. Okay, so what we need to do, yo, man, it ain't nothing for me to listen to you, man, and hear you out first. Now, if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're correct, I will agree with you. But it ain't nothing for me. I'm not on no high horse. Right. Nobody here is on a high horse. Moses wasn't on a high horse. He said, I wish everybody would prophesy, man. I wish I wasn't the only one. Then the job won't be so hard on me. If we all sharing the responsibility, no man gonna cry out about his burden. But we're backwards. No, I'm good. I'm gonna do a sweat again. Leave it. I like it. This is it right here. This is the best way for me to be. Sometimes I talk to y'all gonna catch me talking to myself, man. I'm gonna let y'all know I'm not going crazy.
I caught you already, brother.
Thank you. I reason with myself.
Caught you already.
You caught me already? You heard me?
I told Eva.
You heard me, huh?
I told Eva.
In the bathroom, huh? Yeah. You heard what I was saying, man. You know where my head at? I be talking to myself, and yo, I didn't do that before. I didn't do that before, y'all. Okay? Yeah. You not, people tell you, oh man, you crazy. It's all opposite whatever the heathens say. God tell you be circumspect with yourself. Be careful with yourself. Think not in your mind. So I have to reason with this guy here that is wicked. I have to. It's detrimental. It's mandatory. I am commanded. This is what I was made for, to serve God. I was made and created by God to serve him, do his commandments, keep his commandments, and die. Until you realize that, you're never going to get this right. You're going to be living for everything else except God. You live and you die for God and his commandments like they did. This is how it goes, y'all. This is how it goes. I tell yourself this. I was created by God to keep his commandments and serve him and worship him and praise his holy name and die. Because you got to die. Forget your dreams. Forget your goals and forget your aspirations. Because this is the hope of wicked men. We read about the hopes of wicked men. When God destroyed them, the hopes are what? Vain. As if it was never here. Your dreams are what? Vain. As if it was never here. That's why a man child of 8 years old could become a king. Because these type of words, they was hearing on the regular. Everybody thought like this around them. That's why you got prophets at 3 years old. 3 years old. God talking to a 3-year-old. Show me a 3-year-old he gonna talk to now. Can't help it. Generations of corruptness through the parents' descent. Generations, and it grows and metastasizes. You know what metastasize means? It gets bigger, stronger, longer, and better. And it lasts longer when it gets like that. You gotta start. I can't motivate you more than you can motivate yourself. And God can motivate you. You and God. God will work with you. God will work with you, man.
You gotta want it.
Do you believe that? You got people that believe in that this piece of iron will do everything for me. Tell them you're not gonna make his belief turn.
Right, their belief is strong.
What happened to us, man? What happened to him, man? What happened?
Right.
One person asked my buddy, he said, yo, what happened to those people? They was close to God. They was the only ones. What happened? It's like they vanished, right? If you read, you see what happened. We got mixed in with all the other blacks. That's what happened.
Okay.
We got mixed in with all the other blacks.
Okay.
So now you're Hamites.
Okay.
Now you're Syrian.
Okay.
Now you're Indo-European. You're Turkish. And then, after thousands of years, was brought on this side of the world where it got worse. Western thinking is worse than Eastern thinking. This is Western culture y'all growing up in. This is the worst culture ever. You know why I say that? I don't care what religion, what belief a person got. They come here, maybe not them, but they have kids here. The kids ain't gonna have the same belief the parents have. That's what America is made to break you, to make you do and be who you want to be. Make the kids be who they want to be. Make your wife be who she want to be. And even you can be who you want to be. It's all confusion, ungodliness, licentiousness, unmercifulness, And it all started in Western culture. The further we got away from God and following people, this is what we got now. Time sheet.
For the whole house of Ahab shall perish, and I will cut off from Ahab him that pitcheth against the wall.
He said everything, anything coming out of Ahab. See, Ahab went so far. The last straw for God was when Ahab allowed his wife. Yes, your wife can't do nothing unless you allow it. Man, I'm a man. I'm a man. Why you can't? My Abba said, why you can't control that little creature that you lie next to?
Oh, wow.
You could go all over the world and fight dragons, but you can't. She defy you.
That's a heavy one.
And you don't do nothing. You accept it.
That's crazy.
This is why man can't follow God, and this is how women stop themselves from following God. Because you want the man to worship you. You want to be in control. We're not giving the control to God and standing in our places. That's why our thing that we got ain't gonna work. You understand what I'm saying? This is how it goes. Tell she.
For the whole house of Ahab shall perish, and I will cut off from Ahab him that pissed against the wall, him that is shut up and left in Israel.
Whoever comes out of Ahab will get killed. They're not going to have a long line of descendants. Okay? Tell she.
And I will make the house of Ahab like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat.
Because he did this before the Jeroboam. Okay? Tell she.
And like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahiah. And the dog shall eat Jezebel.
And you know what? You know Jeroboam, Baasha, they let their hatred for their brother mess them up with God. I said they let their hatred for their brother mess them up with God. You know who their brother was? The other king, because we got two kings now. We got two kings. We got one in Jerusalem and these guys in Samaria. Jeroboam said, you know what? The rule, even though God made Jeroboam a king, he said, yo, I'm going to make you a king. And if you keep my commandments, I'm going to be with you. Okay? We had two kings. What nation you ever heard had two kings? What nation? And if both sides would have stuck to God, we'd have been a real different type of nation, man. We had two kings. All they had to do was be correct before God. He told Jeroboam, keep my commandments. Jeroboam didn't want to do that. His concern was, being that everybody got to show up in Jerusalem 3 times a year, you know they're going heavy. They're not going empty. He said, you shall not appear empty before the Lord, right or wrong?
Right.
So that everything that you gathered up before that year, you tax yourself 10% of my corn, 10% of my wine, 10% of this, boom, boom, boom. And I take that down. That goes into the priesthood. This goes into the treasury. This goes here. This goes here. That's a lot of money, a lot of food. Okay? Jeroboam said, oh, no. We're going to make Milo, a city called Milo, another city called Tirzah.
Right.
And these cities blocked the road, the main roadways for people, the pilgrimage to go to Jerusalem. Now, you thinking you going to Jerusalem? Walking, boom, you hit that city, they're going to tell you turn back. You don't turn back, you will die and your goods will get confiscated. They stopped him from going, they stopped you from going there, and then he built a calf at Dan and a calf at Beersheba. That's like they build a calf here in New York and build a calf all the way in California. So if you're too far away from New York, you're close to the Cali. If you're too far away from Cali, you're closer to New York. You're going to go to the calf. That's what Jeroboam set up. So the people in Israel are not going to serve God no more. And from the time Jeroboam set that up, for hundreds of years, all the way down to the last king in Israel named Hoshea, everybody served that same calf that was at the foot of Mount Sinai in Moses' time. Y'all see why it went down with Israel the way it went down? So now when Shalmaneser, aka he pulled them out. Yeah, a play on words. He took them surrounded them, grabbed them up, and took them out of their land and placed them somewhere else, high in the mountains. Then he took those people that live up there from Rebelion, from Cush, right? Riblah, Hamat, damn cities close to Greece.
Right.
He grabbed them up and he put them in Israel. And they called them Samaritans. And when you look at these little churches, you will see the name Samaritans of God, Holy Temple, the Ebenezer Holy Hill. You will see names of cities.
Right.
Because in that time, the people of those cities were not Israel no more. And they started to call upon idols. And all the way into the years rolled up till they called on Jacob. Y'all see the history, man? We got replaced. There was a time when God said, if I went to those people, they would hearken. Something wrong with you. You don't like to listen. My mother always says, man, you don't like to listen. You have to listen. Listen means to hearken. Hearken means to do. Listen with intent to do. That's what you do when you read. You read with the intent to add it. Time sheet.
And the dog shall eat Jezebel in the portion of Jezreel, and there shall be none to bury her. And he opened the door and
that
fled.
was a prophecy. He said, look, you gonna take out Ahab. He said, and don't worry about Jezebel. Dogs are going to eat her. When dogs and animals, I've seen a man die right out here. He got killed right here in front of my building. All right? Before they got the body up, brains is leaking out. While the police and EMT and all these people standing there, you know, the body stayed there for a while before they get it up. Cats came out the alley, out this back alley, and was licking that man's blood. That's not normal.
Right.
You don't rarely see that.
Right.
We were standing right there. He saw it. Brother right there saw it. I saw it. My father was there. They wasn't paying us no mind. And know what? We didn't bother them because we read. You believe what you read. So when you see what you read, you know where it's coming from. Look, I was like, yo, see that? Yeah. Yo, he was supposed to go. He was marked by God to be destroyed this way. Same thing with Jezebel. You ain't gonna get shot. Your body is gonna get desecrated.
Right.
This is how it shows that you was cursed of God. Okay? Cats came out and ate that. They started eating. They had to hurry up and get the body up. So this same thing here where God commanded dogs. And it's not, these dogs are wild dogs. You got wild dogs, okay, that live in Africa. They live in the Middle East. They live in Australia. They are wild dogs. And they're not the ones that we know of the hyenas. These are dogs, real bush dogs. They call them African wild dogs. They will sit there and eat your whole body up. Time sheet.
Then Jehu came forth to the servants of his Lord, and one said unto him, is all well?
He came out the room now. So they said, yo, is everything good with you? Is everything good? Time sheet.
Wherefore came this mad fellow to me? And he said unto them, ye know the man and his communication.
You know what he said? You heard what they called him? They called him a madman. But he said, yo, you know who he is. You know his communication and how he communicate, how he deal. He communicate with God. That's a wise man. He said, come on, bro. Calling him no mad. He ain't no mad fellow. Nobody that's
mad from back then.
any man that serve God, they call crazy. They call crazy. I noticed that. The more you get into this, more strange and crazy you're going to look. Even to your own Israelite family. They say, oh, no, I'll keep bugging. You ain't got to do all that. I ain't got to do all that. Did you read it? But then again, this guy reads it, sees something else. Or he see the same thing, but it don't matter. It don't have no value. Don't have no value to him. So it don't mean nothing to him. It means something to you. So you're going to have a different attitude. Like, man, you bugging. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why he had to grab Samuel, because Samuel spun off on him. He said, yo, man, stay with me. He said, look, man, God rejected you. I reject you too. And he's told him the same thing he just told him, right or wrong.
That's right.
But he stopped him. If he didn't stop him, he wasn't going to stay there. And he ain't wrong.
He's gonna keep walking.
He was going to that, but after that time, he said that was the last time.
Last time we seen him.
That was the last
Day of his
time.
death.
There isn't going to be a time
Separate.
because one is doing the things that make separations. That's what makes the separation. There ain't no magic. Once one starts living like God, there's an automatic separation going to go down. That's why I get away from your family, because they feel the separation more than you. They feel it. They don't understand it. So you have to be in your own quarters, in your own setting, so they can't come and interfere, because they will interfere if they feel they're entitled to. We're not telling people to don't discommunicate your family, don't talk to them no more. You got to understand how to do this. Okay? You got to understand how to do this. You got to know that they can't bring anything in your house when they come to visit.
Sure.
And they got to know, don't visit on holidays. And don't come on Fridays and Saturdays.
Right.
I'm not coming, you're not going, there will be no contact. We got to get this clear. And if you do this from the beginning, from the jump, it'll be easier and they'll get over it quicker. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I don't have wives that had Catholic families. They hated me. They were racist. After a while, they learned to respect. They learn to respect. If they see, okay, it's not a game. The spirit, even though it's evil, knows God. Right or wrong? That's right. It knows. And it's either going to make you say, well, damn, more humble a person, evil, but he more hungry. You. I'm not going to. Another person, well, I'm not saying ever go, because that's most people. I'm not sticking around this. Oh, man, I'm not going over there. You're getting kicked out. See? Oh, I don't go to that camp no more. Right? Then you don't go to that camp no more. And you don't go there no more. And you don't go there no more. You don't go nowhere no more. Now you're going to the movies on Saturday.
And then you move to West Bubble.
You get away from everybody. And now you're not doing it no more. You're washing your car right now. That's what people do on Saturday. They're doing the whole opposite. Because God's day, they said this ain't God's day, tomorrow's God's day. And y'all do what y'all want on that day. It's just wickedness not to follow the laws. Time sheet.
And they said it is false. Tell us now.
They ain't believe him. Uh-huh.
And he said, thus and thus spake he to me, saying, thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel. Then they hasted and took every man his garment and put it under him on the top of the stairs and blew with trumpets, saying, Yehu is king.
That's how he became king. Did he get voted in?
No.
Is there House of Representatives?
No.
This is not a democracy.
He got anointed.
He got anointed. He got chosen. He got picked.
Chosen by God.
God was the one that picked the kings.
That's right.
Nobody picked the kings. God picked the tribe. He picked the kings. Tell she.
So Yehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, conspired against Joram. Now Joram had kept Ramoth Gilead, he and all Israel, because of Hazael, king of Assyria. But King Joram was returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which the Syrians had given him when he fought with Hazael, king of Syria. And Yehu said, if it be your minds, then let none go forth nor escape out of the city to go to tell it in Jezreel. So Yehu rode in the chariot.
Okay, go to verse. Keep reading. I'm gonna tell you what.
So Yehu rode in the chariot and went to Jezreel.
Verse 30.
And when Yehu was come to Jezreel,
Now, look, it's time for Jezebel to get hers now. Tell she.
Jezebel heard of it,
Uh-huh.
and she painted her face.
Say that again. Read that. What she did to her face?
Jezebel heard of it, and she painted her
She
face.
painted her face. Today they call it beating your face up. Pulling. Hospitality, makeup. Jezebel did that. Did you hear Sarah do that?
No.
Did you hear Rebecca do it? Huh?
Nope.
You ain't hear none of the godly women do this. Jezebel served Baal, okay?
Right.
An idol god, okay? Let me tell y'all, and this painting of the face today is called what? It's a word for it today. People go to school for it. What is it called? Cosmetology. Okay?
English taught that.
Cosmetology, I'm gonna read it to you right here, is the start and the origin of cosmetology can be traced to the Egyptians. I ain't gotta read no more.
That's enough.
Do I have to read any more?
That's enough.
No, I found in other books who taught man cosmetology, but I'm not gonna bring that because it's not in here. But the fact is, it was started in Egypt. Can we follow the ordinances of the people of Egypt? No. Okay. So the woman in Israel not supposed to wear lipstick, makeup, rouge, leave your eyebrows alone. Whenever you mess with your eyebrows, you are worshiping a dog, an actual dog. You know that? If you when the men mess with their eyebrows, okay, they worship a cat. When the woman mess with their eyebrows, you're worshiping a dog. Y'all gotta understand something. The belief of all natural things, such as rocks, plants, trees, and thunder, have spirits and can influence human events. This is why God said, don't follow these people. The Egyptians thought like this. That's why they had so many deities, so many gods. We got a god for air, a god for water, a god for tears, a god for sweat, a god for when you use the bathroom, a god for when you cook, a god for frogs, a god for fertility, a god for this, a god for that.
Just had many gods.
Many gods.
Many gods.
So you see where the cosmetology comes from, right? Painting the faces in the honor. See, people every way has a different, every deity or god or people have a way they worship, venerate, and admire their God. We can't do that to ours. He said, you shall not do so unto the Lord your God. Read.
And tied her hair and looked out at her window.
How they look when they go out? When you go outside, you see them with their head wrapped up, or they got that big thing on there, and they got the big eyebrows flashing out, big giant
with a bonnet on.
Orange hair on this side, blue hair on this side. What kind of attitude do they keep? Are they able to serve God? Look at their lifestyle. So I said, men follow Abraham, and a woman follows Sarah. Look, most of them ain't turning. You can't turn them. Their minds is already bent not to serve God. They will serve anything else, not God. They will serve anything else, not God. Okay? They will serve you to a limit, but not God. And that's only because you can physically be affected with them. That's what they vibe on. And that's what whoremongers, men who go to please themselves amongst these women. Or you get a virgin, get her pregnant, and you don't want to take care of the baby. Or you get a virgin, get her pregnant, don't want to marry her. You ain't taking to marry her. All these things, that's what the men do. That's why we have whores. Do you understand that?
Blame the men.
That's why we have whores. So now it's so out of hand, it's hard for a good man to find a good woman. God got to be involved. That's why I say he shall obtain favor of the Lord. So the good thing to do is obtain favor of God. And God will drop one on your head. He told David, man, if that's what you wanted, man, ask such and such, and I will give you such and such, man. I'd have gave you whatever you want, man. I'd have given you something better than what you wanted. Time sheet.
And as Jehu entered in at the gate, she said, had Zimri peace, who slew his master?
She said, had Zimri peace, meaning this guy went in, you slew your master. She's trying to like make him feel guilty. When you wicked and your life is about to leave here, you will say anything to save it because you're wicked. You would betray people. You would take an offering, which is a bribe or a payment. You're about to die and you're wicked. You don't have no honor. So you for anything to keep your life going. So she said, has Zimri any delight in you? You killed it. You killed your master. So what you doing here? You ain't supposed to be doing this. But she knows it's of God. They will say anything to get themselves out of it. Come she.
And he lifted up his face to the window and said, who's on my side? Who?
Don't that sound like somebody said, who said this before? Moses.
Yeah. Moses.
He said, who's on the Lord's side? He didn't have to say my side because y'all already know what side I'm on. Who is on the Lord's side? I just came down from talking on him, and I'm tight. He hurried and shooed me away because of to go down there and stop you guys, didn't he? God said, quickly, get up. He said, get up, rise. He said, arise. He said, get up, get down there. For the people that you brought out of Egypt have quickly turned and made themselves gods of gold. Wow. Quickly. So Moses had to tell Aaron, hurry up, quickly, get out there. Because these people quickly go to wickedness. You quickly serve other gods. You quickly follow other people. Anybody, any outsider can come and say something and you run with it. You know why? Because you really don't want to be here. You only gonna go and incline your heart what you really want. Your heart's desire. Tongue shoot.
And there looked out to him 2 or 3 eunuchs. And he said, throw her down. So they threw her down.
Look, and you know, eunuchs ain't got no say-so amongst them. A eunuch is a man that got castrated. He got his privates cut off. He got his tongue cut off. Or he can't have he ain't gonna have no kids. He can't even talk for himself. People use those guys to watch. Say I'm a king and I got 40 wives and I got them in the west side of my palace. The eunuchs guard my woman. I ain't got to worry about them. They don't have the tools necessary. It said like a eunuch looks at her, he looks at a young virgin and he sighs. You know that stuff? He goes, oh, man, I can't. Yeah, life is real, y'all. And this a man of God wrote that. And he compared that to something. That's metaphorical. Because eunuchs do that. Yeah. Have an accident and it don't work no more. And you see something you like, you're going to be like, what's the use? That's what a eunuch is. So they had the eunuchs watch him. So he told the eunuchs, the lowest of all people, take her and throw her down. That's like a dishonorable thing because she's royalty. But even in royalty, you know, I'm a king, right? Look, I'd rather another king take me out. One man said, look, man, you hit me up because I don't want it to go down that I got taken out by a woman. I'm supposed to be a man. Tell she.
And some of her blood was sprinkled on the wall.
They threw her down. She was high up, the wall of the city. The wall of the city is higher than this building. The walls of cities are higher than this building. So they grabbed her up and they threw her down there. Boom. You know why? Let me tell you something. If I come to your town, and I don't did something on the other town, in Megiddo somewhere, they gonna come, the king gonna send for me. And if y'all don't cooperate and give me up, the whole city go down. Am I correct? That's how it went. That's why one time Joash came and he was looking for Shimei. Was it Shimei? Yeah. He was running down on him. He said, where's it? He said, where's the man out there? You bring him out here. You know what I'm saying? So look, she said, I'm gonna go speak to the elders. She said, look, listen, the best thing to do is give him the man that they want. Because not, they're gonna run up in here. That's the city taker. Joab is the city taker. He takes cities. He takes cities, man. Y'all know what it is? Overthrow Brooklyn. Take over Brooklyn. That's what Joab did. Okay? So I had to tell him, he said, yo, David, you need to come and name the city after you. It was not no regular city. The city had a king in there. Because if you don't do it, it's going to be named after somebody. If you don't come do it, I'm going to do it. Right. But he gave him the respect, the honor first. You come do it because you a king. I fight these battles for you. Sometimes the kings would say, it's your city. That's where you live. It's your city. It's named after you. But you don't take it upon yourself. You know what I'm saying? That shows you don't have a lot of pride too. You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm putting all this work. This should be mine. No, you work for him. It's not yours. You know what I'm saying? This is the mentality we're not supposed to have. Tom sheep.
And on the horses. And he trod her underfoot. And when he was come in, he did eat and drink. And said,
when they threw her down, they walked over. They let the horses walk right over. Walk right over. She killed a lot of prophets, man. She chased Elijah all over the place. She tried to kill him, man. She sent dudes to kill him. Time sheep.
Go see now this cursed woman and bury her, for she is a king.
He went to go eat. Then afterward, he said, man, something about to go there. We don't keep dead bodies laying around. We're not people who adorn dead bodies, and we hurry up and put them in the ground. We don't parade dead bodies around. Okay? When Biggie died, when Biggie Smalls died, yo, listen, man. When Biggie Smalls died, okay? All right? They paraded his body in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And I have people that was, yo, we going down there, you come on, I ain't going down there. I didn't live down here at the time. I lived upstate. Everybody upstate came down here. I stayed in my house. We can't mourn the same way they mourn. Their mourn is worship of the dead, deities, and demons. Those three things. Dead, deities, and demons, the 3 Ds. That's what religion is about. That's what Jake is about. That's what Baal is about. That's what Egypt is about. This was going to lead it to. Time sheet.
And they went to bury her, but they found no more of her than the skull and the feet and the palms of her hands.
Just like the prophet says, the dogs shall eat her. The only thing they left was things that are used today to ID a person. If you found a body with no hands, no feet, no head, you can't identify that body. You're gonna have to take they gotta take the blood, put it in the computer banks and see if you've been arrested before. If you've been arrested before, they'll find a match. Other than that, they ain't gonna get nobody. Back then they didn't do none of that. All those dogs left was her hands. That was a command. That was a personal. That's like you put a hit out and said, look, man, don't kill him, but break both his kneecaps. And I want his right thumb. It's a stipulation of this. I want him to go, or I want him to be broken a certain way. And that's what God did. Time sheet.
Wherefore they came again and told him. And he said, this is the word of the Lord, which he spake by his servants Elijah the Tishbite, saying, in the portion of Jezreel shall dogs eat the flesh of Jezebel, and the carcass of Jezebel shall be as dung upon the face of the field in the portion of Jezreel, so that they shall not say, this is Jezebel.
Good. You see that word cult?
Right.
Cult, right? C-U-L-T. Y'all know it comes from, it's the shortened version of the word occult. Occult is witchcraft. So cults, this is not a cult. Because a cult is a system of religious veneration. Religious veneration. You know what religious veneration is? When you venerate pictures, when you venerate people in the likeness of pictures and statues. Remember in Exodus 20, it says, thou shalt not be any graven image or any likeness. Graven image is something I take a stone, chiseled out, mold out, however, and I get the form and fashion. This looks like a man or a child or a girl or whatever. Okay? graven image of what? Of any likeness. Likeness means it looks like you, but it ain't you. It was made to look like you, but it ain't you. Those are pictures, those are statues, those are busts. Or any likeness of anything that's in heaven above. Sun, moon, stars, and everything you see when you go up there. You can't have a clock that's a moon or a clock that's a sun. Y'all understand? Every ornament you see in a 99-cent store, you can't buy. You can't get a rug that got stars. Watch out for those stars. It's not just 5 point, it's 6.2. They're both the same. One is called a pentagram because it got 5 points. One is called a hexagram because it got 6 points. Hex only means it got 6. And then hex, the word hex also means spells, incantations, invocations. All these things we did not deal with. God said it in the book of Exodus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. We're not to inquire of people who deal with these things. And all religions contain that. That's what makes it a cult. He said, system of religious veneration and devotion. Devotion. You don't know what it means. You know what it means when you're devoted to someone. Okay? Directed. This devotion is directed towards a particular figure. Y'all know what that means? A figure is not a person. It's not a spirit either. A figure. I chiseled out a figure of someone. I sketched out a figure of someone. So I devote my heart to a figure. That's what makes it a religion. Or an object. You know what an object is, right? Those same stars. Any symbol you could think of. Put it like that. The symbols represent a deity that God said don't follow. Symbols represent, you got a symbol for Jake, you got a symbol for Boo-Boo, you got a symbol for, okay, do you understand that? Where you don't actually see the fat dude, but you see something that represents, whatever represents them, we can't have. You can't bring it in your houses. It is an abomination. That's what we need to start asking questions about. We don't regard that. We don't regard that. You want to know about things that happened, you wasn't there. How about the commandments? Toward a particular figure or an object. God is not a particular figure or an object. Y'all understand how it go now? He's the king of all, is the spirit. He is the creator, the king of all flesh and spirits. Because if the flesh walking around, that means he put a spirit in there. Where am I at?
Finish that chapter.
Finish that? Okay, hold on. Okay. Any word that ends in ism, ISM, any word or any walk of life that ends in ism is the belief and existence of gods. That is a system of belief of gods. It's why Egypt had more than one god. It's why Nebuchadnezzar and neither the Babylonians had three. They had three that made up one. That sound familiar? Okay, that started a long time ago. It was called the triad before it was called the Trinity. It was called the triad. Tri means 3 points, 3 sides, 3 demigods. That's what it means. And it was started by Nimrod. Okay? Nimrod, who cohabitated with his mother and had a child. Those are the 3. That's what made the triad. And that's what makes the Trinity today. An unholy act of incest. All religion is started off incest, murder, and adultery. All those idols and all those Baal, all those guys were made up by men. They didn't exist. Man made these tales up like comic books. And they put the tails of wicked beings on these deities, and people venerate and worship them. The priest, when he confessed all the sins to the people, he does it in a goat. He has 2 goats, one burning. While that one is burning, he confesses all the sins in the head of that goat. That goat represents all the sins and wickedness of the people. And that goat is taken by a fit man, meaning a man that's not going to take it and sell it. That's not going to take it and kill it and eat it for itself, because this is part of the ritual in order to get rid of the people's sins. These sins got to go somewhere. This is how God disposed of their sins. Every year, 10 days before Yom Kippur, he does certain things to clean his house first, because I got to bear, as a high priest, I got to bear all y'all iniquities. You ain't got to come confess me nothing. That's why I confess with Father, I have sinned. We ain't got to do that. You confess to God on your own. You don't have to go to no man and confess, because the high priest is the ones that confess all of these. That's how powerful. You don't need everybody to come. We got the high priest to do it. God built him spiritually, and what he got on is built for that, to transfer, because iniquity and sin is in the spirit. You can't see it. You can feel it, though. You can feel it because it weighs the spirit down. Okay? And he channeled that into that goat. That goat gets taken into a wilderness where nobody ever lived or ever will live. And it gets devoured by a creature. I'm not going to tell you no more, because you don't need to know no more. Because there's a whole thing. I know the whole thing behind it. It gets devoured by a creature. That's how God is. See how we got a waste disposal? That's his waste disposal for your sins. That's why they messed up. They was able to stay clean before God. Now, today, the greatest of all time is put in an acronym called the GOAT. Started by Muhammad's wife. He always called himself the greatest of all time. Greatest of all time. So she weighed. This is why you can't take a lot of things and put them in acronyms. You know what an acronym is? 4 different words. You take the beginning letter of each word, and that becomes a standard. That becomes a logo. That becomes a symbol. We can't follow every saying and every proverb. We're not supposed to be saying, yo, who the GOAT? Oh yeah, you the GOAT for that. We can't say everything they say out here. Y'all don't know the significance of that. Okay? In the occult, the GOAT is a symbol for wickedness. That's why y'all don't even know, but you think it really means the greatest of all time. Nah, they switched all that up. They switched all that up, man. We cannot go by every proverb we read. Okay? So everything that ends in ism, you can't follow it. You can't follow it. Now, we're going to go to the book of Numbers.
Numbers chapter 25. And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Israel, daughters of Moab.
He said Israel abode in Shittim. It's close to Moab. They're right next to Moab land. They're on the borders. Now, Moab, the king of Moab got so scared that these people that came out of the destruction of Egypt is close to me. Remember, Egypt was the world power. Nobody could defeat Egypt. Only God could. So the people that came out as slaves from Egypt is right near your border now. So he got scared. He knows that he can't go to war. He said, man, he got so scared he knew. He said, man, ain't no going to war with them. Their God fight for them. Their God is real, and he puts in work for them. So let me see if I can get them in another way. Now, this is how the adversary works also. Wicked people and the adversary work this way. If I can't get you straight up, I'm going to get under you. I'm going to get around you. I'm going to get over you. You ain't going to see it or notice because you're too caught up on yourself. Your pride is so high, you're not going to see it. And I use that against you. Okay? That's why my Abba used to always say, it's him. I said, who? He said, man, you don't want to talk about it. It's him. All of this commotion on it, it's him. He's in here. He's not going to be outside with them. He's going to be in here trying to disrupt what goes on here. Time sheet.
And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their
He
gods.
said, so now the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. They said they like girls. They got a weakness with girls. They're not going to think too good when it comes to the girls. You send guys to speak to them, they're going to tell them, get out of here. They're going to want to go to war with them. But you send the females to them, they can get to them. This is their weakness. Okay? So trust and believe me, your enemies always looking for a hole or opening. Satan is always looking for a breach. Iniquity is always looking for a breach, an opening to get in. And it's not going to represent and say, hey, I'm here. I'm going to try to get you to sin. It don't work like that. Does it?
No.
It don't work like that. You mess with your emotions, your desires, what you like and what you don't like, and get you to act on that. Time sheet.
And the people did eat and bow down to their gods.
Now they don't messed up. When you go to the party, you take a drink, or you take a plate. I'm gonna take a plate home, Ak. You ate the sacrifice of that birthday. Yeah, on the birthday it's a sacrifice. You don't know what the sacrifice is? Whatever food is served, the cake and whatever. The cake is part of the ritual. Okay. Sometimes people get the cake, cut it, and send it away. That's part of the ritual. And then they bring out the food. That food is part of the sacrifice. Then in Exodus, at Passover, it said it's the Lord's Passover, is the sacrifice, right? Everybody has it on those days, right? You think every celebration and holiday, there's food involved, right? Everybody's merry and happy, got plates, got food, drinking. In commemoration of who? In commemoration or celebration of what? You need to ask yourself that. It ain't in Leviticus 23, I ain't supposed to be celebrating. Plain and simple. I don't want to read no history books. Don't show me nothing. If it's not in Deuteronomy 14, Leviticus 23, I ain't celebrating it. And you shouldn't be either. And until you can accept what you read, you never will. You never will. You always going to have a birthday hat on. 36 years old, you got a birthday hat on going, expecting presents, expecting people to treat you good. Who do you think you are, man? This is a self-made day. Don't you?
And Israel joined themselves unto Baal Peor.
That's how you join yourself. When you attend, when you went to school and you was absent, they made a note of it. They send it home to let your parents know these days you wasn't in school. So you don't get to partake of what's going in school. You wasn't there. Attendance. I was there, but I ain't sing that song. It's there. Once unholiness goes down, you gotta go. You gotta go. Leave. Get out of Dodge. That's the only way to show God it wasn't with that. You didn't know this. Oh, wow, they doing some weird stuff here. I'm not saying nothing to nobody. You know when you can rebuke somebody. For those who follow God's. You know when you can rebuke somebody. You know when you can't. You know when you can't. When you do it and it turns into beef, or you do it, the person won't speak to you no more, or you do it, they just tell you leave you alone, or or it's some type of negative response. That's what makes the person a scorner. And if you're doing certain things you know better not be doing, I'm not telling you nothing, because it ought not to be done. The only thing, look, I don't have enough time. I ain't got time to tell you this, because if I don't hurry up and get out of here, I'm down with it. I'm down with it. Attendance. So they left the camp where they supposed to be, where God put them, right? And they went into the Midianites camp. They went into the Midianites camp and did what when they went there is an activity. What they did that made them be joined to a deity, okay? We call him Bill. His name is Bill. We don't acknowledge those names, even though Baal only means master. Because the real name, they didn't mention it. The narrator not going to mention it, okay? And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods. And the people answered the call, meaning they came. You've been invited. They invited you. Watch your invites. And they came, right? When they came, they ate and bowed down to their gods. Everything that is fixed, prepared, served is the sacrifice. It doesn't have to be a main big dish or a pig. If it's a potato chip, it is part of that celebration. Candy, all of that is part of that celebration. You want to serve God? You don't want to serve God. But you got to stop everything. That's why. That's why I say that. And unless you're willing to stop everything, you talking, you capping, you're not really going to do this. When it boils down, you're not doing it. You capping. You are capping. Because this stuff here we're not supposed to be a part of. Township.
And Israel joined himself unto Baal.
So now we know how you join yourselves. When you go and you attend certain things that is not commanded by God, and you partake of the celebration. Whatever the celebration is, you don't have to actually do the ritual. Be there. Oh, I didn't know this was going to happen. You really didn't. So leave. But you're still staying there for. And you don't drink. If you're not supposed to be there, what you doing eating and drinking anything? So if you're not there to eat of the sacrifice. Those things are sacrifices, don't you?
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel.
And that's what gets God mad. Township.
And the Lord said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce
I don't
anger
want
of
to
the
hear
Lord may
nothing
be turned
about
away
food.
from Israel.
Look, I don't want to hear nothing. Okay? Don't tell me nothing about love. Okay? For the wicked, there is no love. And at this time, that's like you leaving out of here, right? You know what they did? That's like you leaving out of here, half of us leaving out of here and going around the corner into the church right now. We leave and go around the corner and go in the church and eat the food that's there. That's what they did. Y'all understand what happened now? Mm-hmm. Simple layman's terms. You leave out of Shabbat teachers and go around the corner and go straight to it. No dilly-dallying. Go straight into that house of ill repute and eat of the food. Or go to their pantry and get some of their cans of food and bring it back to your house. You did the same thing. Township.
And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, slay ye every one his men that would join unto Baal Peor.
Now people will read this and say, wow, that's kind of harsh. Because you're wicked. You got to understand something. In certain times, certain wicked acts are done. It needs to be met with equal and opposite reaction of violence and death. Because at that time, there was no turning nobody around. There was no talking to nobody. There's no buying nobody off. There's no pleading with nobody. That time has shut. And what is being done will get everybody killed. So it has to be met with immediate action of violence and death. Okay? There are times when, oh, whoa, they're going too far. Got to take his head off. This will make everybody else stay in line. Okay? You shoot him in front of everybody. Pow! Shoot him, he dead. Guess what? Ain't nobody else gonna say nothing. Even if you agree with that guy, you ain't gonna say nothing. You shall hear and fear and do no more such wickedness. Is that sometimes what I'm saying is certain people you can talk to, certain people you can't. They know another language. Some shit.
And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianite woman, Midianitess woman in the sight of Moses.
Now, this guy was very bold. He left the camp where the Moabites sat, right? And instead of breaking her out over there, he wants everybody to see him do it. Some people like the spotlight. I gonna do everything. Look. Right now, it's your spotlight. But I'm, by golly, that spotlight going on me. I gotta stop your show and put it here. So guess this is the type of guy. Why did you go and want everybody to see it? You already there. He said, yeah, you know what? I'm going back down there. Ain't nobody telling me nothing. Because he was a chief man, chief Simeonite. He yeah, what up, Moses? Moses is right there in the tabernacle. They're crying. People are weeping. He like, man, what up? Shoot, I got on me. And he went in the tent to have sex. Tell she.
And in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel,
who were weeping before the door
of the tabernacle of the congregation.
They're weeping because of what's going on. And you being more bold than everybody else now. You being real bodacious. At least these guys ran in. You coming up here, you know why? You gonna just break all the rules here, huh? You just gonna come here and break all the rules here. That's what God said, respect my reverence, my sanctuary. There's certain places that you at, you gotta behave yourself. Where you call on God, your parents' house, stuff like that. You gotta behave yourself. You got. They tell you not to be a tyrant in your own house, right? That was back then because they didn't have no need to be, right? So there's times you're gonna have to command your household after you by being a tyrant. There are times, okay? Because the opposition say, no, I ain't doing it. You gotta say, yes, you are doing it. You gotta go over that, or you out of my house. I can't have nobody in my house that don't follow God's law. Tell she.
And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand.
This was something. This was something that had to be done. Now, because of what that guy doing in the tent, right across the street, tent of meeting. You're being real disrespectful right now. And Phinehas couldn't take it no more. He grabbed his javelin, which is a spear, and he went in there and he killed them. Township.
And he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through. And the man of Israel, and the woman, through her belly.
Through her belly. Through his back, came out his back, came out through his back, came out his belly, through her belly, out her back, to the ground. Got pinned. Like the first movie of Friday the 13th. You got two kids that died like that. It always reminded me of this right here. Stuck them, bang! What you doing? You ain't even supposed to be cohabitating with her. You ain't even supposed to be looking, do nothing with her. She's a daughter of a strange God. And you got all your daughters here, but you want them. You want fast, you want loose. You want nasty. Yeah, that's why they don't listen to you. Tongue sheet.
So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel.
Did Aaron have to come out there and stay the plague?
No.
That stayed the plague. Judgment. Just simply kill the violator. That's what got the plague. Since he came here and did this, the plague ran out. kill him, and it's gone. Tell she.
And those that died in the plague were 24,000. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, had turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake.
He was zealous for my sake. He did that for me. It wasn't for him. It bothered him because he knows disrespect is me. Just like Sam. Tell she.
That I consume not the children of Israel in my jealousy.
Now, all these times, these 10 times, if certain acts was not done to stop the plague, they would have been wiped out. Y'all know that, right? The whole nation would have been wiped out. Tell she.
Wherefore say, behold,
Uh-huh.
I give unto him my covenant of peace.
He said, no, this guy here, he gonna get a covenant of peace because of what he did. What he did was outstanding. He went beyond the call of duty at the right time for the right violator. Tell she.
And he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant of the everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his God, and made an atonement for the children of Israel.
That made an atonement. That would, because it would have been more. And there was an atonement made. Blood was shed. But there's more than one way to atone. But blood, this instance, you got to be close to God to be able to get that action. Because when one person make anything go wrong, we got to be close to God for these things to go down. Right? Then you can act. If you get ready to violate a boom and kill them, you atone for the people because this was going to wipe everybody out. But we can't do that now. We ain't close. We ain't even in unison.
Right.
We ain't even in unison, man. Gotta be like that with in your personal. Tell shit.
Now the name of the Israelite that was slain, even that was slain with the Midianitish woman, was Zimri, the son of Solomon, prince of the chief house among the Simeonites. And the name of the Midianitish woman that was slain was called.
She was Midianitish. Wait. What do you call her?
Midianitish.
Midianitish. She was half. She was a half breed. She was Midianite and something else. She wasn't Israel. This is why they're only there for you, man. That's my always used to say. You're gonna know if she's really here for God. They're only here for you. It's very rare. Tell she. Right.
And the name of the Midianitish woman that was slain was Cosby, the daughter of Zor. He was head over all people and of the chief's house in Midian. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, vex the Midianites and smite them.
He said, look, after this, God said, okay, y'all got hit up, y'all got punished, everything good, but they can't get away with that. He said, go vex the Midianites. How you vex them? How you vex them? How you vex them?
For they vex you with their wiles, wherewith they have beguiled you in the mess.
Vex them because they did it to you. How they vex you? By setting you up to get hit by me. By setting you up, by getting you to sin. That's how they vex you. But how you gonna vex them? You don't set them up to sin. You gonna wipe them out. Come shoot. Finish that on.
Wherewith they have beguiled you in the matter of Peor.
They tricked you, man.
And in the matter of Cosby, the daughter of a prince of Midian, their sister, which was slain in the day of the plague for Peor's sake.
For Peor's sake. So you don't say, you say a lot of things you can't say for Pete's sake. Right? Who's Pete? You know who Pete y'all talking about? Peter in the New Testament. You can't say everything people say. If you can't beat them, join them. Popeye said that. No godly man said that. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
That's what an American saying.